Pak Agus, bisa dengar suara saya, Pak Agus Sukoco?
Bisa Bu, bisa Bu Elo.
Bisa ya? Oke,
Bisa Bu
terima
Elo.
kasih.
Ya, Bu Elo.
Ya, jelas ya suara saya ya?
Jelas Bu.
Ya, terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum Pak Agus, boleh dengar suara saya?
Sudah dengar, Prof. Fikri.
Terima kasih.
Ya,
Oh, tak dengar. Yang ini dia dokter.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seat as the opening ceremony will commence shortly. I hope Bapak Ahmad, Presiden ADRI, will be join us soon. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless us with His mercy and give us health, protection, and happiness. Amin, amin, ya rabbal alamin. Welcome to First ADRI Jatim World Conference, International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research in Applied Science, Technology, Digital, IT, Education, Economic, Management, Business, Social Science, and Sustainability. Friday, February 12, 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start this event, let us pray together for the success of this event. To Bapak Agus Sukocho, STMM, please to be able to recite prayers. To Bapak Agus Sukocho, time is yours.
Oke. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Willow, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Pak Agus. Yes, time is yours, Pak Agus.
Ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To all keynote speakers and conference participants, we will pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Hope our event today post ADRI World Conference on 12 and 13 February 2021 get help of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. I will lead a dua in Islamic procedure. Participants of other religion are welcome to pray according to its religious procedure. We start with Al-Fatihah. Al-Hadiniyah Al-Fatihah.
Alhamdulillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Arrahmanirrahim. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala ali Muhammad. Allahumma ighfir li wa li walidayya warhamhuma rabbana. Allahumma ighfir lil muslimin wal muslimat wal mu'minat.
Amin.
Allahumma lana syukraha inna ila
Amin.
Rabbana qulubana
Amin.
lana rahmatan inna
Amin.
Rabbi zidna wa
Amin.
Rabbana Rabbil alamin hasanah inna adzaban
Amin.
ana rabbika jadi aman yasifun wa salamun walhamdulillah. Amin ya rabbal
Amin. Amin ya rabbal alamin.
Amin.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bapak Agus, for recite the prayers. Ladies and gentlemen, as a start of our opening ceremony, we will sing together the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome our honorable keynote speaker for today. First is Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Fatoni Fadli.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, oke. Ya, Waalaikumsalam, Waalaikumsalam, Bapak. This is Dr. Ahmad Fatoni Fadli, President ADRI. He is a rector of Universitas Ma'arif Hasim Latif, Sidoarjo. And then Dr. Maitiana Indrasari, Ketua ADRI Jatim. She is Wakil Rektor Universitas Dr. Sutomo, Surabaya. And Profesor Maskuri, Dewan Pembina ADRI Jatim. He is a rector of Universitas Islam Malang.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay. Now we move on the speech segment that is going to be started with an opening speech. Please be invited, President ADRI, Bapak Dr. Ahmad Fatoni Rodli, Rector of Universitas Islam Malang. Oh, sorry. From Universitas Hasim. Oh ya.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Selamat pagi.
Unmute.
Ya. Sudah mendengar suara saya? Suara saya bisa didengar?
Sudah terdengar.
Oke.
Pak Tony.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Good morning everybody. And salam Om Swastiastu pada para sahabat, ladies and gentlemen, the fighter of ADRI. Alhamdulillah, God bless us. We can meet each other, although in 1 year we never meet each other in face to face, and we can meeting each other in often, maybe every month in a webinar. But this time we have a lot of chance for the meet each other with my close friend all, especially for the Mrs. Associate Professor Dr. Metiana, the President ADRI of Jawa Timur, and then Professor Dr. Haji Maskuri, Rector of Unisma, and then is the advisor of ADRI Jawa Timur and Pusat. And then Dr. Muhammad Saufi C. Rusli from University Malaysia, Kelantan. Good morning. Assalamualaikum. Professor Dr. Muhammad Idrus bin Muhammad Masirin, President of Malaysian Academic Association Council. This is similar with the ADRI in Indonesia. This is my friend from United Kingdom, Associate Professor Dani Hermanto. He is from the Montfort University, United Kingdom. And then Dr. Ratna Wijayanti Daniar Paramita, Rector of Stay Vidya Gama Lumajang. And then my close friend is a good man. It's called Muhammad Iksan. Iksan is a good man in Indonesia. And in English, is a vice rector of Narotama University, which I live now. I stay now in the place of the rector. And then this I just meet with the rector of Universitas Narotama, the UN. UN is a University of Narotama. Yes, Dr. Sri Wiwoho Mujanarko, and close call is with Mr. Iwan. Yeah, and then Dr. Imam Wahyudi Karimullah is my son junior practices, and then very popular man with an English and then the foreigner experience. And then there is Agus Sukocho MM, head of the management Narotama University. Ibu Nurmawati from University 45 Surabaya. And then Ibu Lila Puji Lestari MSc, Director of Community and Management LPPM Umaha. And then Ibu Widi Wahyuni from Institut Teknologi Nasional Malang. And then the Pretiman, Ibu Aina Amelika, FN Psychology, head of the Stein Ngeluak Nganjuk. And then Mrs. Lucy Tuni Muharyani, MPD, University of Wijaya Kusuma. And then all the participants, and then the board of ADRI, in which I share this meeting around Indonesia. maybe there is a lot of activity in Imlek, uh, New Year of Imlek, New Year of Chinese. So I make the Chinese cloth too, as you know. There is my client, the fashion of the Imlek, because ADRI have a communication with Taiwan, and they give me souvenir with a Chinese short, yeah, like this. There is happy birthday, happy Imlek anniversary, and then thank you for this meeting. It is the words conference first in ADRI Jawa Timur, and then there is a tradition of in Indonesia, especially for the ADRI. We have a lot plan, but sometimes never success. But in this time, we have a suddenly successful management. I met with Miss, yeah, like Miss I, like Miss Mutiana, yeah, Metiana. Maybe one month ago, I asked her, how about if we have make a conference, especially for the preparing for national conference of ADRI. She prepared it, and then direct now, and I can imagine it's because a lot of activity in here, not only Mukerda, not only, but also international conference with a new term, with the term of the World Conference. Yeah, there is a made in of the Universitas Narotama, maybe ADRI Jatim, maybe, yeah, because the term there is a especially in international conference for our meeting in academic meeting, it's called it international conference. But we started with a World Conference. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, maybe the other's name, maybe we can make a global conference. Like maybe another time we can make the other's term. There is another, we have a specialized. And ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the Pak Rektor Universitas Narotama and Ibu Rektor Universitas Unitomo. Next, yes, maybe, yeah, Ibu Metiana, because she's a candidate of rector. And thanks for your your speech for me. Make my birthday. I have only 26 years old, but there is a divided. And then thank you for that. And I happy because in my desk now available of the book from the this committee. Yeah, it's called is Sabda Cinta. There is a book of Sabda Cinta persembahan DPD ADRI Jawa Timur untuk Hasanah Tridharma di masa pandemi. There is a specialized only 3 weeks we are in it and success with a new book this year. So there is the prestige, and then we make it as our culture. One of the new normal in ADRI is with a suddenly management success, we can produce a lot of activity in academic science and etc. etc. Ladies and gentlemen, we have preparing of Mukernas National Conference of ADRI in 9 and until 11 March in East Java. So I do hope all of us participate that activity, because a lot of activity over there in cloud of international conference in 27. And then the chief is Andi Mursidi. He is preparing all for the international conference with the Scopus, with the proceedings, etc. And then for that, we prepare for the how to make a recommendation of our government especially in this pandemic era, there is a lot of activity and a lot of regulation, but the regulation is never, the regulation make us confused because the talk from the speech from ministry is not consistent. This week, he has a speech, blah, blah, blah. Next month, the others speech, and then make confused for us. So we have to recommend it about that. It is very, very important. But the main idea is we have saved our lost generation. We have saved our lost generation from competence, lost generation from cons, lost generation from interactive with the internet, with the social interactive. We have saved lost generation from the distance with the others, not only with the friend, not only with the colleague, but also between son and mother, doctor and father, etc. We have distance about it. So it is a very, very dangerous for us. It is very, very dangerous for us as a culture of a Muslim culture, Indonesia culture, Jawa culture, and although Chinese culture too. They have to really love to the younger, etc., etc., with a clothes, with a hug, etc. But now we never take it like that. So, ladies and gentlemen, the main idea is how to save the lost generation. And then the second is we do hope we have acceleration with the recovery of economy through education. That is very, very important for us. How to acceleration the education for recovery of our economy. Our economy in a minus 2.5%. That is very, very dangerous for our activity in education. And around 1,600 universities now dying. And I have a lot of professor, associate professor from the other university come to us to move because their university are dying now, not activity because the SPP, the fund, the money from the student, they have a loss. They don't have money again from that. So it is very, very important. But the government give us a salary, scholarship, and Alhamdulillah in Umaha we have around 1,000 scholarship from ministry, from Mendikbud, and etc. etc. So it is help us for it, and how to make or how to looking for the scholarship. I think ADRI it is very, very powerful for lobby, and then scholarship not only in from Jakarta but also in Jawa Timur. Lot of scholarship in Jawa Timur from CSR, etc., etc. And we have a close with the government now. The governance, especially for the Hovifah Indar Parawangsa, is our close friend as activities. Ladies and gentlemen, and the third is we are not only waiting, we are not only waiting the cans, but we have looking for fight how to cans come to us. So we have a lot of regulation how to make a outcome. But the important one is not only outcome, but also how to make a income. So we have approached to the director in ministry, education and culture, We have a 5 director of that, not only in education, high education, but also in general education. There is a lot of chance for us as a proposal, call for a proposal, make a grant. So with ADRI, it's more powerful. So we can approach with them not only by individual university, but if we call with the ADRI, there is prepare for us. For example, the last week, not me, my my staff in Umaha, I told them this come from the ADRI. They very well to welcome to us. I want to know about how to success in the proposal. They give information, etc. Come to Jakarta, they have help to us. But if we are not with the ADRI, with a group, with an institution, it is very difficult for that. Okay. So that is important for us how to income for docent, how to income for. So we have prepared it with the first Ministry of the Social, Ibu the Master Minister, Ibu Risma told us that a lot of money in Ministry of Social, but she want to collaboration with a university. She want to collaboration with docent because she are not believed to the other staff of social ministry. So and then the partner, there is a lot of mafia. But with the docent, with the university, she believe it. So I will invite her to the to the national conference in the next March. So I do we prepare it. How to prepare every university and collaboration of ADRI to help with Ministry of Social, to help the others, to help the public. That is very important. So I do hope who close with Bu Risma is come from Indonesia, from Surabaya, maybe Ibu Dr. Metiana close. It is a similar maybe with him, with her, because the fighter, she is a fighter. I think we can approach her for East Java, public. Okay, thank you. I think that is all for support our first ADRI Jatim World Conference. And I pray in order all of our activity, we have more immune in order our not another victim from with corona, because a lot of our colleague is as a victim of corona. For that, I do hope we can pray with him for them with Al-Fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin arrahmanirrahim maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in ihdinas siratal mustaqim siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim. Thank you.
Yes.
And wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam
Waalaikumsalam
sejahtera.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
ADRI hebat, ADRI hebat, ADRI hebat.
Thank you very much, Bapak Dr. Ahmad Fatoni Rodli, Rector of Universitas Ma'arif Hasim Latif Sidoarjo. Thank you for this welcome speech. I would like to acknowledge a certificate for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, this is a certificate is proudly presented to Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Fatoni Rodli, President ADRI, Rector Universitas Ma'arif Hasim Latif Sidoarjo, in your recognition of your contribution as steering committee and advisory board on first ADRI Jatim World Conference. And
Thank
also,
you, thank you. God bless
And
you.
also, would like to let this certificate for you, not libris, metode metodologi dan ADRI, Rektor Universitas Arif Kasim Latif Sidoarjo, in your recognition on your contribution to first ADRI Jatim World. Thank you very much, Bapak Ahmad. Next, I would like to invite President of ADRI Jawa Timur to deliver her speech in this session. Please welcome Ibu Dr. Mai Tiana Indrasari, Vice Rector of Universitas Dr. Sutomo Surabaya. Yes, Ibu Mai.
Thank you, Miss Elo. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, time is yours, Ibu Mai.
Okay. My voice is clear? Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassirli amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. The Honorable President of ADRI, Rector of UMAHA, Professor Maskuri, Rector Unisma, and also as keynote speaker this morning, and also Dr. Anton, Rector of UNWAHA. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to each and every one of your being here today at this wonderful meeting. My name is Maitiana Indrasari. It is such a honor for me to speak on behalf of the organizer. Let me begin by giving you a warm welcome to the How to Build a Quality World Conference. Before we get started, I would like to express my appreciation to the Rector of Narotama University, Dr. Iwan. And also, yesterday is our president birthday. So I would like to say happy birthday to Kiai Fatoni Rodi. I hope you are keep being world inspiration. And also special thank you for Dr. Iksan, Dr. Agus Sukoco, Dr. Vero, Dr. Ifit, Dr. Nurma, Dr. Lila, Dr. Diah, Dr. Mahrus, Dr. Imam, and all the committee. What a great team. And today also special day for Chinese, for Imlek. So happy Chinese New Year. Wishing everyone is in a good health during the pandemic. This morning, I have to deliver some material. The president already speak about academic Tridharma during the pandemic. And today, I'd like to speak about strategy of tourism and business recovery in East Java, Indonesia during pandemic 19. And hopefully, this will act as a springboard for discussion. First of all, I will try to describe about East Java because this is World Conference. I hope some participant from other country know about brand of East Java. East Java is known as the center economic of Central and Eastern Indonesia and has a high economic significance, which contributes over 15% to the gross domestic product of Indonesia. East Java is one of the provinces in Indonesia that offers different types of tourist attraction. This area offers a variety of natural attraction ranging from mountains, beach, caves, to waterfalls. In general, almost every regency or city in East Java has its own unique tourist destination, such as the Ijen Volcano in Banyuwangi, Baluran National Park in Situbondo, Bromo, Tengger, Semeru National Park, etc. Okay, one of sector most affected by COVID-19 pandemic is tourism. The government restriction policy make tourist destination empty of visitors. There are 32.5 million indirect workers who are affected. They are small business, money changer, souvenir shop, dancer, musician, art workers in tourist area, suppliers to hotels and restaurant, mall, retail worker, and other. In tourism, we have 4 strategy for developing tourism. And this material always delivered by the governor of East Java. The first strategy is reopening of tourism destination. Of course, after getting locked down for East Java, Indonesia for many weeks, tourism destination need to socialize that the place are open. And tourism rebranding. Some people still afraid to visit tourism destination because of COVID virus. So we need rebrand the tourism and make sure that people that we treat extra clean and healthy for the place. CHSI, like what our ministry campaign, cleanliness, healthy, safety, and sustainable environment. Another strategy is reactivation of domestic tourists. The prohibition of visiting abroad in Indonesia causes us to optimize local visitor, so survive tourism sector. And then implementation of health protocol in the tourism sector. This point is the most important for the COVID pandemic. If people trust about the clean and healthy, they will save to do the vacation. In the third quarter of economic in East Java, end of 2020, it is grow 5.89 and contraction 2.29%. How to recover business sector in East Java? We can optimize marketplace for business. Online solution will rise the economy. And the basic for economic growth is ultra micro, small, medium enterprise. So the government actively creates some workshop to upgrade the business person for online system. Standardization for business product affected by COVID, of course, maintaining good hygiene practice recommended. And a clinic, business people have been devastated by the COVID-19 pandemic. So they need to be accompanied. The government has an A-clinic program to help business people for surviving the pandemic. And e-learning, all training, workshop, and also education, elementary school, senior school, junior, and also university, all is through online learning. And then the last one is food barn. Food barn special in East Java, we have food barn program, and it is to develop sustainable community food. And also one thing important to restoration of industry and trade. The first step is product design strengthening. An example for textile product has changed to diversification product for APD and also mass. And facilitating product standardization, halal certification, and Indonesia national standard are included with healthy environment, and the government do this program through online in pandemic. Online Mandiri cheap market, we have Pamor. Pamor is Java support with cheap price marketplace. And also optimal for inter-island trade mission from Indonesia people and for Indonesia people in all island in Indonesia. consumer protection, application of the health protocol in trade sector. So that's all my material for presentation. And pantun is only culture for Indonesia. So I will read pantun in bahasa. Angsa putih berjalan sendiri. Di ujung sana mulai main intim. Teruslah berkarya kita di sini. Salam cinta Ketua ADRI Jatim. Wabillahi taufik walhidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ibu Maitiana, for the welcome speech. I would like to acknowledge your certificate. This is okay. This certificate is proudly presented to Dr. Maitiana Indrasari, Ketua ADRI Jatim, Wakil Rektor Universitas Dr. Sutomo Surabaya, in your recognition, in your contribution as opening and keynote speech.
Thank you.
And also, the certificate is proudly presented to you, Dr. Maitiana Indrasari, Ketua ADRI Jatim, Wakil Rektor Universitas Dr. Sutomo Surabaya, in your recognition of your contribution as steering committee and advisory board in first ADRI Jatim World Conference. Thank you very much, Ibu Maitiana.
Thank you, Ms. Ella.
Next, for the last opening speech, please welcome Bapak Profesor Dr. Haji Maskuri, Board of Supervisor ADRI Jatim. He is also Rector of Universitas Islam Malang. To Bapak Profesor Maskuri, time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Ella. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa syukrulillah, ala nikmatillah, wa la hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Allahumma sholli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajma'in, amma ba'du. Respectable keynote speakers of the first ADRI Jatim World Conference on Multidisciplinary Research, Applied Science, Technology, Digital, Information and Technology, Education, Economic, Social Science, and Sustainability. Dr. President of ADRI, Dr. May, President of ADRI Jatim, and Kandidat Rektor, Dr. Insinyur Hasri Wiwoho Mujarnako, Rector of Narotama University, Profesor Dr. Moh Idrus bin Moh Masirin, President of Malaysian Academic Association Council, Profesor Dr. Hadi Susanto, University of Essex, UK, and Khalifa University, the United Arab Emirates, Associate Professor Dani Hermanto, De Montfort University, Leicester, United Kingdom, Mr. Muhammad Fikri Ismail, Director of Polytechnic Sultan Mizan Zainal Abidin Malaysia, Dr. Muhammad C. Rusuli, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia, Rector and Director of Indonesian Higher Education Institution. Respectable, the conference and the quadrennial meeting committee of ADRI Jatim, administrator, faculty member, all overseas and national participants of this first World Conference of ADRI Jatim 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, in this moment, I want to congratulate ADRI Jatim, Narotama University, and the other co-host institutions for the success of conducting this World Conference in and first quadrennial meeting of ADRI Jatim. In this freedom of learning era, higher education institutions must strengthen and expand their international network and partners to product exemplary work and the make big dream of academician come true. That is changing the world into a more sustainable, prosperous, and harmonious place for us to live. What overall we have at higher education institution, we need to support the transformation of our educational institution from the milestone of teaching institution into research and entrepreneurial milestone. The integration of teaching, research, and entrepreneurial will become an excellent foundation for us to achieve the international recognition as a world-class higher education institution. Ladies and gentlemen, ADRI Jatim is the right place for us to support each other in strengthening and developing our national and international collaboration and reposition through joint international program for the development of our own nation and world civilization. The Ministry of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia has launched the Freedom of Campus and the Freedom of Learning program. This program are crucial to product more innovation and creativity through internship, research, entrepreneurship, and community services. Ladies and gentlemen, research is key instrument to uplift the development of science and technology for better life of all human beings. The research finding in research product need to be published and disseminated in collaboration with industries and relevant partners. Our teaching should focus on research and outcome-based entrepreneur courses. We need to facilitate students with hands-on and research experiences through internship in industrial sector and real-life laboratories. It is also important to establish and develop startup for our final year student and alumni, as well as the development of our students' positive character, networking, and leadership to create better future generation leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, the international discussion in our today's conference is very strategic for knowledge development by sharing different alternatives of ideas and state of the arts of multidisciplinary research, applied science, technology, digital information and technology, education, economic, social science, and sustainability. It is also an excellent moment for us to develop our networking and collaboration with scholars across the nation and globe, especially from Malaysia, United Kingdom, United Arab Emirates, and Indonesia. I would like to deliver my appreciation to the organizing committee from ADRI Jatim, Narotama University, and the other co-host institutions and have conducted this important conference. Ladies and gentlemen, in this pandemic situation, events are online. We believe that it will create more creativities and innovation for the betterment of our education quality. I hope all of us can participate all the conference program and benefit from them for our personal and professional development purpose. Again, thank you very much, and wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all of us.
Thank you very much, Bapak Profesor Maskuri. I would like to acknowledge your certificate. This certificate is proudly presented to Profesor Maskuri, Dewan Pembina ADRI Jatim, Rektor Universitas Islam Malang, in your recognition of your contribution as steering committee and advisory board in the first ADRI Jatim World Conference.
Thank you.
Yes, and also the certificate is proudly presented to you, Profesor Maskuri, Dewan Pembina ADRI Jatim, Rektor Universitas Islam Malang, in your recognition of your contribution as opening and keynote speech in first ADRI Jatim World Conference. Once again, thank you very much, Profesor Maskuri. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we are going to the next session, please kindly to take picture first, and please turn on your camera so we can see all of you. Okay, I will give the sign with 1, 2, 3, and please be ready to take a picture. Turn on your camera so we can see you. Ibu Veronica, Bapak Agus Sukoco, can you turn on your camera? Bapak Iksan juga belum. Oke, Ibu Veronica, Bapak Agus Sukoco, can you turn on your camera? Sudah, Bapak Iksan sudah muncul. Okay, you already next, yeah. Okay, wait, Ibu Veronica still haven't seen yet. Bapak Agus Sukoco? Okay, maybe it's enough ya Pak Iksan ya. Okay, I will give you a sign. 1, 2, 3. Again, once again. 1, oh wait, okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for taking the picture, Pak Iksan. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are entering to the main event, the plenary session. For our moderator in this session will be Bapak Amrun Rosid, STMM from Narotama University. Okay, because there's a technical condition, so I will continue as a moderator. Okay. For your information, question and answer will be at the end of the session. After all speakers present, please write your question in the chat room by mention your name and institution. We will read your question after the session ends. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to welcome our first keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Idrus bin Muhammad Masirin, President of Malaysian Academic Association Council, MAAC. How are you, Prof. Idrus?
Hello. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, I hope you are in a good condition and healthy. Yes. Okay. Time is yours, Prof.
All right, thank you very much. Well, I will try to share my screen first. Yeah, I'm not sharing, but I hope you'll bear with me because I've got this problem.
Can you share? Can you share the screen, Prof?
Yeah,
You have a trouble.
yeah.
Can
Well,
we help?
I can't find the
Okay. But you able to share, yeah? We already give you the as a co-host.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
All right. I think I'll just talk a little bit about what I'm going to say today. It is something which is very close to my heart. Talking about the hold on. Talking about academicians and what we can do for the society. But again, at the same time, I would like also to talk about what are the challenges that we have to face during this pandemic. And hopefully the things that I'm going to touch on will be beneficial to all of us. And hopefully it will give us some insight of what we as academician can continue to move on as what mentioned by the Jatim president, the ADRI president just now, that actually there's a lot of things that is happening around our country, not only in Indonesia, but also in Malaysia and all over the world, I believe, to academicians. All right, let me share this screen. I hope I'm going to be successful this time. Not here, it's not here. Fantastic. I hope you can see my screen because
Not yet, Prof.
is it?
Okay, can you
Yeah,
start again?
I think I've uploaded
Or
it.
maybe if you have a difficulty, you can send your material to WhatsApp to Pak Ihsan or to Pak Amrun.
You see this one?
Okay. Okay, I can see the screen now. Yes, you can continue, Prof.
Right. If I may say that today we are going to have, today and tomorrow, we're going to have 33 speakers. And this is a good effort. And I would like to congratulate ADRI Jatim for the organization. And thank you very much for inviting me as the president for Malaysian Academic Association Congress, which we actually would love to join with other organizations all around the world. And I believe the president of ADRI has mentioned a lot of things, including the gist of the opening speech just now. I can say that is quite interesting. As I mentioned, it happens everywhere. Universities in financial disadvantages, collaborations through ADRI. This is good initiative for the association to help the lecturers generate impacts and generate income. Both, I think it is also crucial in Malaysia. The same thing, even though our universities, there are 20 government universities being supported by the government. We believe that we still have to generate income through a lot of resources, support colleagues. This is something which is very, very crucial for us to do, to support our colleagues, our academicians, fellow academicians, and last but not least, more beneficial activities during COVID-19. And I would like to congratulate to Bapak Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Fatoni, because he mentioned that he was able to produce a book, even though it is still February this year. All right. Let me continue with this video so that at least we can understand what I'm going to actually point out.
Quite a lot of things. I failed for funny things that I failed a key primary school test for 2 times, and I failed 3 times for the middle schools. You know, for 3 years I tried to fail in the university. I applied jobs for 30 times, got rejected. I went for a police. They said, no, you're not good. I went to even the KFC. When KFC came to China, come to I say, 24 people went for the job. 23 people were accepted. I was the only one guy. And we went for police. 5 people, 4 of them accepted. I was the only guy that I received it. So to me, being turned down, rejected. Oh, by the way, I told you that I applied for Harvard for 10 times, rejected. I don't be rejected. Sorry now. Sorry now. I think we have to get used to it. We're not that good. Even today, we still have a lot of people reject us. I don't think in this world there are a lot of people be rejected more than 30 times. If we, you know, the only thing we never give up. The only thing like we're like a Forrest Gump. We keep on fighting. We keep on changing ourselves. We don't quit. Whether you are successful or not successful, I find that 1/3 people, when they finish the job, if they make a mistake, if they fail, if they always complete the others, this guy will never come back. If the guy only check himself, yeah, something wrong with me here, something wrong with me there, this guy has a hope. A lot of fail. I failed.
So those are the challenges that billionaire Jack Ma experienced. And I think what we are experiencing is just an ice tip, you know, of the experience that Jack Ma has gone through until he is successful. So, well, I think I would like to welcome all of you to UTHM in Parit Raja, Batu Pahat. This is the university where I'm working at the moment. And this is in Singapore. And hopefully we have time after the COVID-19 pandemic ends. Always welcome to visit us in Malaysia. All right. The title of my speech today, sharing of the review academician roles, achievements, and the COVID-19 pandemic challenges to confront. So, as I mentioned just now, Jack Ma confronted the failures that he experienced. 24 people who went for interview, he's the only person who was not taken by. Just imagine, that is something which is quite disappointing, isn't it? Right. I would like to acknowledge my friends here, Dr. Rusdi, Associate Professor Dr. Haziman, Madam Chahasna, Mr. Saril, Engineer Dr. Sriwi Woho, and also Dr. Muhammad Ihsan, and also Ms. Ainin Sofia, for helping me to get some of the videos and also some materials for the presentation. All right. These are a few headings that I've outlined for the speech today. I'll start with the introduction. Later on, I'll go to the scenario of academics world in Malaysia and the world of ranks and ratings. I think this is very familiar for us as academicians. What are our main roles as academicians? Future of academicians in Malaysia and expectations. I think I would like to share with our counterpart in Indonesia of our future in Malaysia, the university, industries, and also community networking. This is something which has been going on for years and years and years. But during the pandemic, we have different challenges in continuing with the collaborations between these 3 parties. And also, last but not least, I'll be concluding the presentation. Right, in universities, I'll start with what happens in the university. In universities, we have 3 parties. Yeah, one is the academicians, administrators, and also supporting staff. Without all these three working together in synergy, I think the university, or I believe in the university, will not be able to efficiently and effectively function. Academicians especially, they are very crucial. They have to be given what we call the academic freedom, and they have to be given the way, the freedom how to actually conduct their classes, yeah, and also how to do their research and whatnot. But at the same time, administrators are the supporting management, where they will be looking into and supporting into the financial, the administrative factors or administrative matters. And last but not least, we need to have supporting staff, isn't it? Because if you do laboratory works, for example, you have to have supporting staff. You have to have the technicians. You have to have the laboratory systems and whatnot. So these three team or these three group of people, they have to work together in a university. And because of that, we also have to look after the welfare, not only the academicians, not only the administrators, not only the supporting staff, but all of them equally on equal terms. All right. In Malaysia or throughout the world, there are, I can consider there are parts of universities. The first type of university is the government universities. This is against, in opposite will be the private universities. A lot of private universities now are experiencing financial problems, but for government universities, they will get grants, government grants to operate during the pandemic. And even though they are working from home, but still they are being paid. But for private universities, it is quite difficult because they rely on the students' fee and whatnot. And but then since the students are not coming to the universities, they will have a different issue there. Thirdly, will be the focus university. This is specialized university, and I'd like to share that UTHM, my university that I'm working now, is a focus, considered as focus university. Fourthly will be the research universities. In Malaysia, we have began our research universities since the last 10 years. And Alhamdulillah, since then, we have more than 6 universities being a research university. And last but not least will be a comprehensive university where they offer almost everything under the sky. Yeah? Any field that is being what you call being studied by students will be offered by a comprehensive universities. It is a bit different, or I think is totally different compared to the third university that is the focus universities. What right? By understanding the types of universities, then we know our function and why we are in the university. Right. This is a scenario of academician in Malaysia. Yeah. At the moment, with the new minister, and I think from the last 15 years, we have been talking about world-class university. We are trying to go into ranking and rating in the world. We are we try to put ourselves the name of the universities in the Webometrics, in QS, in THES and whatnot. But again, at the same time, it has an impact on us because promotion of the lecturers are getting tougher and tougher. Because there will be, if you come to Malaysia, you will notice that there's a lot of criteria now for you to become even senior lecturer. Yeah, even to become a senior lecturer, you must have a PhD. Nowadays, you cannot become a senior lecturer without a title. So it's either you have a PhD or you become a fellow, industrial fellow. You have to have your professional engineer qualification. Fifthly, the new breed of academician. We have this as a new breed of fellow academician, that is an industrial fellow. This group of academician comes from the industry, and their KPIs or the key performance index will be different compared to the academician, the usual academician. And academicians are to be global technical. This, I think, because of the pandemic COVID-19, so all universities in Malaysia are looking academics as global technopreneur rather than becoming totally a pure academician. Right, the world of ranks and quality performance. I think in now we are going for higher ranking and also for rating is because of visibility effort. We want to be seen by the world because in 195 countries, we want them to know where is Narotama University, for example, or where is UTSM, or where is other universities in our countries, in Indonesia, in Malaysia. But at the same time, we have to work hard because it's not easy for us to be visible. Our ranking must be at a well acceptable level so that people will be looking at us and would like to know about us and collaborate with us. And but then at the same time, in Malaysia, we have this the so-called Malaysian rating system. Setara they call it. Yeah, we created our own so that we'll make our university ready for the world ranking and world rating. And at the same time, we will, understand that when we go for ranking or rating, there will be many aspects of academic requirements needed. And this not only the number of lecturers, the number of students, the number of employability and so on, but then we need to have acceptable and I think something which I can call good facilities for people, for students and also lecturers to do their work in the university. But then these are things that we actually discussed since the last few years. Does ranking and rating means quality? If you are considered as top 10 in the world, does that be considered as being a good quality university? Or is it only a marketing tool for income generation, as mentioned by Pak Fatoni? Yeah, right. This is where UTSM at the moment in Asia. We are ranked at 24. Yeah, it's quite slow compared to the other universities who rose to the ranking quite, even though they are new, and also universities in the private sector. For example, Telus University, they became in Asia in the QS ranking. They are at 109. So why this happened? And if we are at 24 at the moment, 24 in Malaysia and also 301 to 350 in Asia, is this enough? Will it be enough? Are we going to be content with our ranking? And at the same time, as I mentioned just now, can ranking be ensure our quality? Because we have other quality bodies like the engineering board of engineering Malaysia coming in, Malaysian board of technology coming in, and they are giving us 5 stars, 4 stars and whatnot. But then will this be enough for them, or is this just a marketing strategy? So again, some people will be asking, when will it end, these ranking things? Because this is not cheap, isn't it? You have to pay a lot of money to just go into the ranking system. So looking into those issues, I think we should ask ourselves, what are our main roles as academicians? So if you ask me, I have come to this conclusion. The first role will be teaching and learning. The second role will be research and generation of new knowledge. Third role will be the consultancy and also expertise sharing. Fourth role will be community and industrial services. Fourth role will be administration and management. Because some of us became the rector, became the wakil rector or deputy rectors, became the the deans and whatnot. So number 5 is also crucial, because if we leave it to the management alone, they will be, their hands will be full and they are not able to cater on the academic component of the universities. So we have to become the administrator and also the managers for the academic components. But again, on the sixth role will be internationalization and collaboration on networking. This is something which is additional to our main role actually. And in Malaysia, this has been something we are doing since the last 15 years. Before that, we were not into internationalization and also collaboration on networking quite extensively. Number 7 is income generation. This is something also new for us. In the last 10 years, we have been asked to generate income, even government universities. And last but not least, this is the latest, entrepreneurship. We are asked to become entrepreneurs. Well, entrepreneurs I think in different contexts, if you ask me. But then some people are going, doing it overboard because some of them, the young generation, thought that generating money and become entrepreneur is something which is not beneficial, not only beneficial to the universities but also to themselves. So this is something which is out of the spirit of becoming an academician. So how to avoid those? I think we have to look in the context of impact of the development on the academicians. Right. Let me talk on this and ask a few questions from time to time. Academician needs to contribute their knowledge and expertise more. Yes, definitely, because development without academician, I think it is seen like incomplete. When I was in Korea in 1985 to 1988, I noticed that the involvement of the Korean academicians are very, very high because they are involved in a lot of development projects in Korea at that time. And at that time, Malaysia was a little bit ahead of the Korean in development in terms of development. But then later on in 1990s, we noticed that the Malaysian were lagging with the Korean. And now you can see that even Malaysia, I think about 5 years or 3 to 5 years behind the Korean in terms of technology and also development. So why don't we have this contribution of knowledge and expertise in the industry or development? Is it because the industrial trust is not there? Yeah. Don't they believe us as academicians to be involved in the development of the nation, the industries, I mean? And there are also talks about industry in university and also university industry, which is which. So this is something that we have to look into properly, because when we talk about industry in university, this is inviting the industry to come to the universities. And when you talk about university industry, this means that the university, the lecturers, the administrators goes to the industry and contribute something or learn something from the industry. So these approaches needs to be discussed and needs to be looked into as in mutual interest perspective. Thirdly, the academicians need to generate new technologies and ideas for applications. In order for us to contribute towards development, we have to generate new technologies. And this actually request or will need us to be more focused on our research, and also using our principles or fundamental ideas. And this, I think, need to be looked into as whether what we are doing, the research that we are doing in our universities, are real application rather than theoretical only. Yeah. In the old days, yes, we can focus on theoretical more than the real application. But then nowadays, the real application is much more needed because the society, the industry are talking about what we can do for them rather than what they can do for us. Fourthly, we'll be producing more quality and ethical graduates. This is to reduce, I think, the future problems, because nowadays the word ethics is related to what you call integrity, yeah, integrity, accountability. So these are the things that we need to actually inculcate into our students by the academicians, so that we will be able to produce graduates who are quality and also who are ethical. Yeah. Academicians need to learn and relearn new methods and technologies. Definitely in the old days, I think in last 20 years, we don't have computers as what we have now. We don't have online as what we have now. And we don't have softwares that we can actually communicate. Like now we are communicating through Zoom. In the old days, it was only what, telephone or Telegram. Not the Telegram that we have the software, but Telegram, which is just a short note sent through the what you call a Cosmos and whatnot, isn't it? So new methods and technologies, we have to relearn and learn and relearn. Academicians, these are the impact of development in IT, and academician must be the catalyst for development. We shouldn't be spectators. We shouldn't be sidelined. We shouldn't be the people who just wait and see. But we have to be the player. If not the key player, we have to be the player in the development of the nation. And that is what we should do. And that is what we should be doing for the future. All right. Future of academicians in Malaysia and expectations. Again, as I mentioned just now, the difficulty that we have, the challenges that we have is making ourselves always relevant. And during the pandemic, before the pandemic actually, people are talking about, well, online is not something which is relevant, which is, good enough. Because we can't see the student face to face, so the quality of delivery will not be good and so on. But then during the pandemic, we are forced to use online system, and now we are feeling the pinch because we are looking at the maybe we are not going to be relevant anymore because everything is recorded, pre-recorded, and it can be sent to the students. Student can learn on their own, self-learning. So, but again, is it going to be good? Is it going to be able to sustain the quality? So those are the things that we have to ask ourselves, and in order for us to actually make ourselves relevant as academicians, we need to always look into the things that is being mentioned by the pessimists. Yeah. And again, this is an old issue, the mismatch between university and industrial needs. I believe we have to actually face this issue from time to time. So how do we actually tackle the mismatch? The university, academicians, and also management should look into it and try to reduce the mismatch rather than trying to get rid of the mismatch issues. Academicians versus industrial players. This is again a very, very interesting issue in Malaysia, where actually in Malaysia we are talking about, well, who is is more important, and is it the industry or is it the academician? But each and every one of them has their own role. Yeah. So this is my views, opinion on academicians and also industrial players. They have their own strength, they have their own role, and they shouldn't be, there shouldn't be one which is much more which is bigger than the other. They have to complement each other. So academicians have their own role, the industrial players have their own role. and whether if they can work together, it will be very fantastic. But then if they can't work together, then there will be a mismatch. We come back to the original problems. National Industrial Plan Against World Development. Again, in countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, Singapore, and a few other countries in the world, they have their National Industrial Plan. And they will be actually tuning the industrial plan according to the world development, the development around the world. So this will actually give them some idea of what they should and they can do in order for them to contribute towards the world development and also to be competitive. Yeah. And last but not least, the community needs versus industrial needs. So I think this issue should be decided by the government. Why? Because the government is the stakeholder, the main stakeholder for education in all countries. So ADRI, MAC, we can actually function in our own countries and give our idea and also our opinions on the community versus industry stand by looking at a more in a complementary way and also ensuring that it will be beneficial not only to the students, not only the community, but also to the industry and also the national development. All right, the online system effectiveness. Well, there are people who actually say that it's not effective, and you don't feel the spirit, if you can face each other, then actually you can actually have more satisfaction. According to my survey, if you say about effectiveness, online effectiveness or online class effectiveness, I think most of the students, they prefer to have face-to-face because they will feel that they can focus more. But online system, the lecturers, they were not able to check the student from time to time. That is the weakness of the online system. Even the online examination is the same thing. So there's a lot of work actually for lecturers to do if everything is online system. But if we can actually do an examination system which the student can only attempt for one time or once, I think, and that will control the the, if I can say, not plagiarism, but rather than copying or ensuring that the students are not doing something which is unethical, I think that will be good. Yeah, some universities are successful in doing it, but some universities in Malaysia are still working on it. All right, talking about specifically on the university industries and community networking, right? I would like to just take a few minutes on this. Industrial personnel are invited to work in universities. University syllabus are suited to the industrial needs. I think these are the issues, whether the university should follow the industry or the industry will follow the universities. But actually the universities, they are giving basic knowledge to the students so that they will be able to work in the industry. We cannot actually equip them totally, wholly, so that they are completely able to work on the first day. This is one thing that the industry should understand. Yeah, because fundamental knowledge as an engineer, as a lecturer, as a teacher, as a manager, they actually are given the exposure in the university, the knowledge, but then at the same time, they need to know what is the actual environment in the industry. So that comes later, isn't it? University must open its doors to the industry. Yes, we are actually in Malaysia opening our doors to the industry to come here, to come to the university, not only to give talks, not only to visit, but also they are actually given the opportunity to open their office, yeah, their office, their centers to collaborate with universities. University must give back to the community. Again, this is something, another community service, where I think this happens in Indonesia too. lots of universities in not only in Malaysia but also in Indonesia and other countries. They are giving their community services during the pandemic COVID-19 by giving them the contribution of food to the community and some other things, including the frontliners and whatnot. Funds for research and services. Again, the industry, they should come forward and then they should fund our research and also the services that we give to the community. Because universities, they are not, for charity actually. They don't have a lot of funds. So with the, the support from the industries, I think research and services activities can be conducted by universities hand in hand with the industries.
Professor, your time is 3 more minutes.
All right then. Okay, I'll share something about UTHM way forward. This is our Vice Chancellor and also our Chairman, Board of Directors. And this is our university. You can always come to our university. I think this is quite some time. Now we have a few more new buildings. And in the last Amanat 2021 by our Vice Chancellor, we were talking about cabaran menghadapi pandemic COVID-19, the challenges in facing the pandemic COVID-19. These are our what you call performance in 2020. You can see that it is only 70.3% from what we expected to achieve. Is because of the pandemic. I think it's quite okay because we still pass the 65 marks in the postgraduate what you call scale, right? So these are the grants received by the faculties in our universities. These are the corpus journal produced by the faculties in our universities. You can see most of them achieving more than 60s. Only one faculty is under the 60, that is the mechanical and manufacturing. And we also conducted a few sharing session workshops internationally through virtual. We actually are active, our academician in our university, doing this what you call sharing and innovation. We have also winners, and we have some new invention being shared by our lecturers. And I think there are 10 messages that has been shared by our Vice Chancellor, as what you see here. And one of the things that we were asked to actually focus will be looking into changing the challenges into opportunities. Okay, so we are not going to be a face-to-face university alone, but this year we are trying to change and have some additional point where we are going to become a virtual university too. Yeah, all right. The aspiration by our board of directors, this will be the 3 aspirations. One is to become a global technopreneur university. Secondly, will be the pioneer for TVET, pioneering for TVET. And last but not least, this year he requested us to actually reorganize or restructure our university into 4 functional structure. So this will be our target. In 2030, we will become global technopreneur university. It's very high, demand, but then again, just some food for thought. You don't need to have a PhD to do this, isn't it? This is a villager who actually are trying to construct something using the second-hand tire, used tires. And one question that we should ask ourselves: can we design and produce a bicycle? I don't expect us to produce a car, but then to produce a bicycle with new technology. If the answer is yes, then our university and our academicians are ready to contribute towards development. If the answer is no, then how can you contribute to the development of the country and create new high-tech technologies. Yeah. So these are among the bicycles now, the bikes that the design, we just design. And if we can't come up with a design, then how can we manufacture, isn't it? So you have to start with designing something which is basic in manufacturing. We also produce high impact journals, articles. And the question is, what impact does it have and where does it go? That is another question that is difficult for us to answer, isn't it? We have, let's say, 1,000 papers in a year. Where does it go? How many will go to the community and also the industry? Well, if the answer is only less than 10%, then that means we are not actually making a good judgment and justification. All right.
1 minute more, Professor.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
This is a new article that actually acquired, and this shows about predatory journal articles. So for academician, writing in journals something which is very appreciated, and we try to actually show to the world that actually we can write and we are able to produce good papers and good articles. But again, this is something that I would like to share with you. The achievement by Indonesia. This is something which I myself.
Setidaknya Korea Selatan membeli 12 unit CN-235 untuk berbagai keperluan. Turki ikut dalam daftar negara pemesan pesawat buatan Indonesia.
Halo guys, balik lagi bersama Nyaris Terkenal. Keberadaan Indonesia di industri pesawat terbang mulai diakui di kancah internasional. Pesawat produksi anak negeri ini dibanderol hingga harga 400 miliar.
Setidaknya Korea Selatan membeli 12 unit CN-235.
So, I would like to conclude my presentation. That's the achievement of Indonesia. So, I'm very proud and congratulations to all Indonesians because you have made a good, way forward in producing your own airplane, isn't it? And you are selling to the world. So academician must review its main functions and also focus in schools and universities. Future generation attitude and well-being depends on us as academician. Research and actions will determine the direction of the national development. So we cannot become spectators. Yeah. And we must make sure that there is no trust deficit. It means that the community is not trusting academician anymore. The industry is not trusting the academician anymore. We have to make sure that they trust us in order for us to actually contribute to the development of the nation. And changing the education. Yeah, changing education doesn't only rely on the industrial needs, but rather the need for knowledge, development. So these are the things that we have to actually look into. And I would like to just compliment the Dr. Metiana Indrasari for the sharing of speech just now about tourism in Jatim, which is terribly affected during the COVID-19, and the things that you have there, food, recreation, and also in the historical tourism that is, I think, worldwide known, and the attempt by the government to support and reduce the effects. I think that is good, which is, will be able to sustain your tourism industry. All right, just to share one more video with you.
It's more of a visual spectacle for people. I think the novelty of having seen a lion dance on land has sort of worn off for most Malaysians. So seeing it underwater is something new and interesting for them.
Creative, isn't it? So I think with that, I would like to thank you and terima kasih for me. and from the MAAC community members. And also, I would like to wish all of you Chinese community Gongzi Fachai, and hopefully you will have a good happy New Year today. So with that, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and I apologize for any shortcomings in my presentation.
Thank you very much, Prof. Idrus, for the fascinating presentation to engage between the academics and the industrial. So we meet the needs between the two parties. So this is Professor Muhammad Idrus bin Muhammad Masirin from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia, Batu Pahat, Malaysia. I will share the certificate. This is certificate presented to you for Professor Muhammad Idrus bin Muhammad Masirin, President MAAC Malaysia Academic Association Council, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia, Batu Pahat, Malaysia. In your recognition of your contribution as keynote speaker in the first ADRI Jatim World Conference.
Thank you.
Yes, I already shared the screen. Yeah, okay. This is also the certificate for you, proudly presented to Professor Muhammad Idrus bin Muhammad Masirin, President MAAC Malaysia Academic Association Council, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia, Batu Pahat, Malaysia. In your recognition on your contribution as a keynote speaker in the first ADRI Jatim.
Thank you.
Can you see my screen, share screen?
No, I can't see. But anyway, thank you very much for the certificate.
Yeah. Okay. Yang yes, already, yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Dato Idrus. Can we give a virtual applause for Professor Idrus? Yes, thank you very much. So I would like to invite our next speaker. Our next keynote speaker, Dr. Muhammad Saufi C. Rusuli from University Malaysia Kelantan, Pangkalan Cepa, Malaysia.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
yeah, you have 15 minutes, Prof.
Yes,
okay.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, yes.
Yes, I can see.
Okay. Is it small enough or what?
I think should
yes,
be
small, but
okay.
yeah, we can read that.
Okay, bye. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all of keynote speakers and also the participant. And Assalamualaikum Prof. Dato Idrus. Kita berjumpa kembali.
Yeah.
Baik, first of all, I would like to thank the organizer from Narutama University in cooperating with various parties in the first ADRI Jatim World Conference. And then, in fact, through online seminar, it is a very good. It is indeed a pleasure to be here this morning with all of you. Baik, today I would like to share part and partial of my current research related to exploring reaction and readiness of community on green environment to cleanliness city in Malaysia. So this is my fundamental research grant, which is currently in progress. And then it is a bit show a very good significance actually. So I am sure the participation in this conference all over around the world, including Malaysia, would like to make this conference meaningful and beneficial, because there are a lot of issues, topic, and so on to be discussed. And as we know today, green initiative are becoming a movement to conserve the natural resources for the next generation and are helping to enhance human health through environmental conservation and green lifestyle implementation. But then recently, the COVID-19 virus pandemic has wreaked havoc on the world. And then with environmental issues such as water pollution, air pollution, and climate change, it is advisable that people look for a way to repair the damage to the planet, especially in keeping our environment clean. And then the environmental issues become center of discussion nowadays and call for awareness among society around the globe. So based on our research, actually we found that there are still lack of awareness. It is not, I mean, high to the 80 or 90% of awareness among the Malaysian society, but then it is still moderate actually the level of awareness towards the green environment, towards the cleanliness city. And then the pollution is controlled by Malaysia through various environmental policies and laws, such as the Environmental Quality Act 1974, with subsidiary legislation such as covering environmental quality, including particles, ozone, nitrogen, and so on and so forth. Despite this regulatory framework, Malaysia still suffer from the pollution. Okay, and then my second slide goes to the this is our, sorry, what happened? Okay, this is, let me stop this. Yeah. Okay, this is the SDG, which is Sustainable Development Goals, fall into 11 SDG, which is we comply, Malaysian comply with the United Nation or UNESCO involved in this I mean a mission to become true. So the Sustainable Development Goals adoption to put environmental degradation, sustainability, climate change, and water security under the international spotlight. Since our research is fall into the SDG 11, so we need to make sure that all the cities and human settlement, inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable of the green, especially, been monitored and been protected. So the global goals aim to leave no one behind and are vital to achieving CDP's vision for the thriving economy that works for people and planet. As we notice, over 50% of our global population actually live in cities, because the cities growing big, and then suddenly the environment is shrink. They are also responsible for around 70% of global energy related to emission. They are on the front line of both climate impacts and the transition to a sustainable for future to all. Significantly, all these blueprint or roadmaps in developing Malaysia are underpinned with one common factor, chapter, which is sustainable development, which is currently we focus on the green environment. They are Malaysia commitment to sustainable development, and we continue to align our policy and strategies on the same path. Okay, which is now we are struggling. Okay, we are struggling with all the data that we currently collect, because we still, when we go around in state, so even 40 state, it is not how to say that in each 14 state, I mean, implementing the clean liner city towards the green program. And then there are several challenges faced, not only by Malaysia, I think, but also by all other countries around the world to fulfilling their sustainability development goal. The most issues or chief among the major global concern over the last few decades is the climate change. Okay, the issue of climate change still been debating around the world, which refer to the green environment issue. Okay, the concern related to 4 major areas, namely degradation of forests, marine and fresh water, increase the certain hydrometeorological, and then decline in food production capacity, and so on and so forth. And then the climate change ethical justice issue, also one of the issue which is environmentally induced displacement and migration. And then last, it is therefore crucial that we find the right balance between growth and measure need to address climate change, environmental degradation, and sustainable utilization of Malaysia natural endowment. And then this is the green environmental issue that we discuss nowadays, because it is still continue, because we have the air pollution, we have the waste pollution, which is seriously problem for humans and the environment. And then we also have the water pollution. So like previously in Johor, we have issues for the Sungai Kim Kim, because factory try to release the chemical things and so on. And then it is I mean directly can cause of the dehydria, malaria, hepatitis A, and so on and so forth. And also we try to we forgot that the noise pollution always one of the issues that caters. But in engineering, I think that they have a lot of research toward the noise pollution, which is they try to so-called measure the decimal noise, which is what is the highest and the lowest. Our actually can how to say our sound, okay, our sound, so not to be high, okay. And then the type of pollution is so omnipresent in today because of if we often fail to notice street traffic, okay, street traffic, sounds from car, buses, and so on. So construction also contribute to the sound. Airports, okay, like me myself living nearby airport, okay, I'm always hearing the quite a very high decimal of engine, okay, engine of airplane, right? And then the reaction and readiness. So we have several here, which is promote continuous campaign. It is previously when we go to local authority and then we discuss with them. So there is a need of to be, have to promote continuous campaign like green campaign and whatsoever campaigns, giving the awareness to all society in every state in Malaysia. And secondly, reporting environmental crime, which is it is a must, which is society need to become here. Ears and eyes for the local authority. So it is to avoid all the pollution or whatsoever related to the green environmental issue to be caught and then to be have a very, a suitable punishment. Yeah. Okay. The third one is replace disposable item with reusable. Like if you go to Indonesia and then we go to Thailand, so we can see a lot of recycle thing, which is so-called recycle entrepreneur, something like that. So, but it is not like this much activity in Malaysia. We just see all the things from the river go from a lot of waste being thrown out in our river, and then it is actually potential to become something product can be sale, but it is not happen in Malaysia. And then the fourth is pass on paper. Okay, pass on paper. We are living in the digital era just now. Like just now, we having the online seminar, and then the rest of our books has been converted to become e-books, and all the appointment for the position and whatsoever is been sent by paperless e. But this action still aligned with reusing and reproposing through may take a little more time for transition. Then we need to have join with the library. Okay, try to print and use the paper as little as we can. Okay, and then the fifth one is conserve water and electricity. We need to try to use as much as little as, because of it is can cause for the climate change also. Okay, for example, turn the sink water off when brushing your teeth, water the lawn in the morning or evening, cooler air cause less evaporation and so on. So switch off all the electricity which is not being used and so on and so forth. Okay, and then last but not least, I think support local and environmental friendly. So there are a few reasons, but which is society and the people need to be engaged, such as reduce plastic and paper waste, boost cost efficiency, enable bulk purchasing, help support your neighbors, and so on and so forth. Okay, last but not least, okay, so from our study, actually, we think is this a legacy for our future generation that we want to leave? Because we know that all the what so-called kerosakan muka bumi ini adalah berlaku di tangan manusia. Okay, so in conclusion, the volume of waste recently generated by Malaysian is growing rapidly. The average in 2012 was 20,000 tons per day, and the system cannot manage this. deposit are overflowing and often waste in deposited onto river or hillside. Okay, the government. Okay.
1 more minute, Prof. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. The government has initiated many educational programs and projects that promote environmental values, okay, but they have been large, flatly tempered by the speed and culture of life in Malaysia. And then we hope that since the adult community in Malaysia have grown up with the concept of an abundance of natural resources that no one can improve the environment, and the main concern is to provide ourselves and the family as much as possible. So we hope that we are not leaving this legacy, which is bad legacy, to our future generation. So for that, I think thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. And then sorry, because of my English is too rushed. A long time not to talk English with my student, I think.
Long time not talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all for me actually. So thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Saufi C. Rusli. Our speaker, thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Saufi C. Rusli from University Malaysia Kelantan, Pangkalan Cepa, Malaysia. And I would like to acknowledge your certificate. The certificate is certified, is proudly presented to you, Dr. Muhammad Saufi C. Rusuli, University Malaysia Kelantan, Pangkalan Cepa, Malaysia, in your recognition of your contribution as keynote speaker in the first ADRI Jatim World Conference.
Thank you very much.
Yes. And also,
thank you to all.
This certificate is proudly presented to you, Dr. Muhammad Saufi C. Rusuli, University Malaysia Kelantan, Pangkalan Cepa, Malaysia, in your recognition as your contribution as steering committee and advisory board in the first ADRI Jatim World Conference. Thank you once again, Prof.
Thank you very much.
Yes, that was a fascinating presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, I would like to welcome for the next speakers, Muhammad Fikri Ismail, Director Polytechnic, Sultan Mizan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia. Yes. How are you, Prof. Fikri?
I'm fine, thank you, Ibu Elot Damayanti.
Okay, time is yours, Prof.
Okay, I will share with all of you my presentation video. It is about 17 minutes. Please wait for a moment. Ya. Mana ni? Ni.
15 minutes ya?
Yeah, 17 minutes.
Yeah.
Ni. 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 Tak jalan. Ni.
Okay, dah nampak.
Yes, I can see the screen now.
Okay. Gapo cakap?
It doesn't move. Is it on YouTube, Prof?
Tak dengar je.
No, yeah, the video doesn't move.
Okay, mana tu? Aja. Nak suruh dengar.
Yeah, still don't move the video. It is paused, I guess. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . .
Can you hear a video?
No, no.
No, eh?
Still don't play.
Yeah,
Mana itu.
I think there's a a technical problem there with the video.
The sound also doesn't appear.
Unmute, Haji. Please unmute. Speaker. Microphone.
Okay, I'm trying to settle this first.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know why my video problem, sound problem, audio problem.
Maybe before you share the screen, you can tick the multimedia so you can share
Which one? Multimedia? That's it? Huh?
in the share screen before you
Okay. Share screen.
and tick the box that mention multimedia share to everyone to participate.
Mention multimedia share to everyone, yeah?
Yes.
Which one? Share.
Share the multimedia, yeah.
Okay, share. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Okay, you can open your video now.
Okay.
It's going to
Sorry.
open
Sorry.
open it in your window first.
Uh,
When it is ready, you
Mana?
click share screen.
Mai mata tunjuk. Tutup dah.
Okay. The video is already open, Prof. You are mute. Professor Fikri mute. Professor Fikri mute.
Haji?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Try. I will try.
Yes, I can see the video, but still don't have the sound.
Don't have the sound, eh?
Yes.
Okay.
Have you clicked the box to multimedia to share to everyone? You are mute, Prof. Fikri.
So if we can give, the next speaker, maybe you can skip for.
Okay, Prof. Fikri, maybe you settle for your presentation. Maybe we can switch for the next speaker, yeah?
Mesti Ibu Damayanti.
Yes.
I try to present lah. Okay.
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 Yes.
Ada PowerPoint? Biar dia jalan. Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but your video doesn't appear.
Oh, okay. It is a
Okay.
great honor and pleasure to be here today to deliver keynote speech after 1 year COVID-19. What we learned in online teaching and learning. Thank you for the invitation, especially Dr. IRH Sri Wiwoho Murjanarko, Rector, Narutama University, and for the first ADRI Jatim World Conference Committee. As I remember, the first time I met Dr. Wiwoho during the similar conference last year in Surabaya. Before we go deeper into the topic, let me give you a brief overview of our polytechnic system in Malaysia. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Fikri Ismail. I am one of Director of Polytechnic under Malaysia Ministry of Higher Education. My institution is located in East Coast Malaysia, which is in Dungun, Terengganu, known as Polytechnic Sultan Mizan Zainal Abidin, PSMZA. A few of my friends from Indonesia had been here last 2 years, such as Bapak Dr. Muhammad Ihsan Setiawan, Dr. Dandang Supriyantono, Dr. Nawi Rashidi, and others. Overall, Malaysian Polytechnic Technical and Vocational Education and Training, TVET organization, and was first introduced in Malaysia through the establishment of the first polytechnic, Polytechnic Engku Oma in Ipoh, Perak, as part of the United Nations Development Plan in 1969. Polytechnics have been managed by the Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, Ministry of Higher Education, Malaysia. To date, we have 36 polytechnics and 104 community colleges. Polytechnic and community colleges offer school leavers technical and vocational courses. In fact, Polytechnic have now successfully produced a total of more than 600,000 graduates, while a total of more than 170,000 graduates have been produced by community colleges. And most of our graduates have met the latest job market requirements. This is in line with our vision of the leading edge TVET institution. Second slide. Oh, okay. For your information, PSMZA is the 13th polytechnic established in Malaysia. PSMZA was regulated by Al-Wati Kubillah Sultan Mizan Zainal Abidin Ibni Almarhum Sultan Mahmud Al-Muqtafi Billah Shah, Sultan of Terengganu, on Monday, July 24, 2006. This polytechnic used to be known as Polytechnic Dungun Terengganu. PSMZA started operating in January 2001 at Dungun Technical Secondary School and then moved to its own campus on 8 October 2001. The academic session began in December 2001 with a total of 293 students, and by 2020, PSMZA had 3,858 students. PSMZA also successfully produced more than 21,000 graduates in 13 years from 2003 until 2019. PSMZA is located at the foot of Bau Hill, about 8 kilometers from Dungun town, 88 kilometers from Kuala Terengganu, and 125 kilometers from Kuantan. PSMZA covers an area is about 100 acres, including the development of academic block, workshop and laboratories, lecture halls, lecture rooms, seminar rooms, TECC rooms, hostel, library, Islamic center, sport complex, softball court, futsal court, cooperative, canteen, cafeterias, and various other facilities. A total of 9 programs at the diploma level are offered at PSMZA and 1 pre-diploma in science program. PSMZA has 4 main departments: Department of Civil Engineering, Department of Electrical Engineering, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Department of Information and Communication Technologies, and assisted by 2 supportive departments, Department of Mathematics, Science and Computer, and the Department of General Studies. The total number of staff is about 426 people. Okay, next slide. On 9 February 2021, there have been more than 106 million confirmed cases of COVID-19, including more than 2 million deaths. In Malaysia, we have recorded more than 200 cases and more than 900 deaths on 9 February 2021. Most of the sectors were affected, including education. And face-to-face class in PSMZA has been stopped at first MCO. MCO means Movement Control Order at 18 March 2020. The objective of the research is to examine lecturers' readiness on open and distant learning, or ODL, after 1 year pandemic COVID-19. Okay. Okay. Literature review. More than 1.5 billion students is in about 165 countries has been affected by the lockdown of school and campuses. School, colleges, and universities were forced to shift in some way or another to online learning as a replacement for on-site delivery. COVID-19 has been a real test for higher education institutions around the globe in terms of their level of readiness, flexibility, and adaptability. Okay. Different possibilities and strategies were related to the condition for learning, to teach in terms of time, space, form of interaction with peoples, and mentoring processes. There are many resources and categories into 3: curriculum resources, professional development resources, and tools. Mentoring processes need more flexible and sophisticated approaches in order to enhance the potential of new spaces for teaching and learning to teach. The design environment of the platform should be more concise and easier to operate. The two-way interaction of teaching must be improved. Teachers' gender and prior experiences with the use of ICT seem to play a small role in online teaching. Methodology. A questionnaire was developed by researcher based on literature review and distributed to the staff on January to February 2021. We divide to lecturer demographic 4 question, supporting system 5 question, motivation 4 question, medium 3 question, challenge 6 question. The results, the methodology is descriptive analysis, demographic and medium, independent sample and one-way ANOVA test, support, motivation, and challenge. Cluster versus question. Cluster support, 5 question, motivation 4 question, and challenge 2 questions. Lecturer demographic, there are 30% male and 70% female. Divided by department, civil engineering, mechanical engineering, as a check. Okay. Lecturer demographic, length of teaching service, more than about 49% of lecturer service more than 15 years. And staff education, about 5% from our staff, diploma degree and PhD holder. At the rest, about 95% master degree and bachelor degree. Okay, number of class, most of the lecturer, more than 4 classes. It's about 49%, more than 4 classes. And teaching medium, about 62% our lecturer use Google Meet as a teaching medium. Teaching method, 23% asynchronized and 77% synchronized teaching method. And teaching material, 55% live lecture, online live lecture. Okay. Online class characteristic, student attendance is about more than 84% from our lecturers says that more than 75% student attend the class. And student switch on phone camera during class is about more than 50 to 75%. Our lecturer says a student on phone camera during class. Okay. Student use mobile phone for attending class is about 51% of our student, 51% of our lecturers says that more than 75% student use mobile phone for attending class. And student attending class in 5-minute class start is about 45% lecturers says that our student come to class in 5 minutes class start is about 50 to 75%.
3 more minutes, Prof.
Okay.
Yes.
Result and this discussion. Lecturers have support and motivation in conducted open distance learning, ODL. More training need to be conducted to help lecturer in facing this challenge. And the internet problem is another challenge that need to be considered by related agency. For example, continuous student internet package provided by the government. There are no differences between male and female lecturer in support and motivation. The mean of challenge for female was higher than the mean of the male. There are no significant differences between department for all clusters. There are no significant differences between teaching experience. There are no significant differences between lecturer education level. And this is my conclusion. Our conclusion is the conclusion of the study are 62% of lecturers using Google Meet as platform for ODL. 77% choose synchronous method, with 55% choose live streaming lecture as method in ODL. 84% lecturer recorded more than 75% attendance in online class. 45% lecturer recorded 50 to 75 of students attend his class after 5 minutes class has been started. And cluster challenge got medium score, while support and motivation got high score. There are no significant differences observed between department, lecturer teaching experience, and education level for all clusters: support, motivation, and challenge. Thank you very much for your attention. That's all for now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the keynote speaker, Muhammad Fikri Ismail, Director Polytechnic Sultan Mizan Zainal Abidin Dungun, Malaysia.
Okay, thank you.
I would like also to acknowledge your certificate. Yes, this certificate is proudly presented to you, Muhammad Fikri Ismail, Director Polytechnic Sultan Mizan Zainal Abidin Dungun, Malaysia, in your recognition of your contribution as a keynote speaker in the first ADRI Jatim World Conference.
Okay,
and also the certificate is presented to you, Muhammad Fikri Ismail, Director Polytechnic Sultan Mizan Zainal Abidin Dungun, Malaysia, in your recognition of your contribution as steering committee and advisory board in the first ADRI Jatim World Conference. Once again, thank you very much.
Okay,
Prof.
thank you,
Yes, for the
Ibu Elok
presentation.
Damayanti and ADRI Jatim Conference. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And all the question will be read at the end of the presentation, all from the speakers. I would like to invite for the next keynote speaker, Bapak Dr. Sri Wiwoho Mujanarko, Rector of University of Narotama.
Okay, thank you, Bu Elok.
Yes, thank you, Pak.
Sorry,
Okay,
just a minute,
time is yours.
Yeah, sorry. I will to share my presentation. Just a minute.
Spotlight.
My presentation is okay?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, we can see that.
Slideshow.
Your video still off, Pak Iwan.
Okay.
Yeah, we can make a spotlight of your video.
Video is okay, though?
Cannot see.
Cannot see?
Yeah.
Still off.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Okay. We can see you.
We used to online. One handphone, one laptop.
Okay, good. Yes, you can proceed, Pak Iwan.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody.
No.
Today, I will do presentation my topic, cross-institutional research interaction during COVID-19. Okay. Okay, just a minute.
Okay.
Your time is 10 minutes, Pak Iwan.
Okay. This is my CV. I'm a lecturer Narotama University, and now rector Narotama and head of LPPM. LPPM is research and society Narotama University. Okay. Problem of COVID-19 is yes, a change human life, include changing human health awareness, changing community work habits, changing the social habit of society, changing the pattern of conventional education to modern, changing community communication habit using the internet online, and the other. This is a reference. Internet is a need. The Fayou et al. 1990, technologies have changed the traditional way of education to the modern way of learning, like artificial intelligence. Thus, a learning is covered under a latest term of technology-based learning tools, website, learning portal, video conference, YouTube mobile application, and thousand types of free available website for blended learning tools. Currently, a learning is exchange student knowledge, even the academic staff and professional and industry people skill through the internet. ABIDA, various platforms have been prepared to support learning in the era of limitation. This condition gives opportunity to all parties, both student and teacher, to implement independent learning. They are free to explore. Learning can be done anywhere, from the house, the room, the garden, the boarding room, or dormitory, as long as the desire to think from human is continued. Support online facilities ranging from social media, YouTube, Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, Google Classroom, Line, Zoom, Keynote, Schoology, and Edge. Make it easy for anyone to do independent learning. Taiwan, 1990, the use of information technology for education is not new. Data from internet user in Indonesia show the internet user in Indonesia reached 171.17 million from 264.16 million people, or 94.8%. Samsul Sociality increased online learning in the era and after the COVID-19 pandemic by using WhatsApp to increase learning in motivation. Utami, teachers use different strategy because the expected skill output is different from video-based learning model and also virtual education through WhatsApp. How is research communication? Using internet facilities at home or in the office is limited according to health protocol 3A. Use a mic, wash your hand, and keep your social distancing. How to utilizing the MOU opportunity? MOU is between institutions had been done before the COVID-19 pandemic. The MOU is need to interact with each other. The MOU can be made between university, industry, government, and other parties. The implementation of the MOU can continue through internet communication. Stakeholders must understand the internet. Example, conventional activities, may direct among them research socialization, international seminar, presentation, guest lecture, visiting university visit, joint activity, and MOU and the other. This is a joint research activities, laboratory visit with my friend from Polinama, Malang. Now, current activity, communication using the internet, Zoom platform and the other. Internet application, time is more flexible and use more frequently than before the COVID-19 period. International seminar activities with universities in Indonesia and universities in other countries are conducted regularly per month with Zoom facilities. And then all the activities, the storage of activity data storage on the web online, Google Drive, email, cloud, and the other. And then conclusion, COVID-19 does not reduce the spirit of lecture in carrying out their activities. Collective learning can be done using the internet. The world of education is familiar with the internet, but it was not used optimally before COVID-19. The internet can be reached by the community and get more information faster. Increased joint activity will improve the performance of each university. Increasing peer relation does not recognize difference in countries, university, and complement each other. Socialization of the implementation of the research or service can continue to be carried out during COVID-19. Learning through the internet across institutions is very helpful and beneficial for students, lecturers, and the community. The weakness of internet in certain areas requires the right solution as not to reduce the spirit of doing research and community service. Okay, thank you very much for all.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Bapak Iwan, for your presentation. Bapak Iwan is the keynote speaker. Dr. Sri Wiwoho Mujanarko, Rector Narotama University. Thank you very much, Bapak.
Okay, thank you.
I will share the certificate for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, this certificate is proudly presented to Dr. Sri Wiwoho Mujanarko, Rector Narotama University, Chairman Quadrennial ADRI Jatim Meeting, in your recognition of your contribution as keynote speaker in the first ADRI Jatim World Conference.
Okay, thank you, Bu Elo.
Yes, and also this is a certificate proudly presented to Dr. Sri Wiwoho Mujanarko, Rector Narotama University, Chairman Quadrennial ADRI Jatim Meeting, in your recognition of your contribution as steering committee and advisory board in the first ADRI Jatim World Conference. Once again, thank you for your contribution, Pak Iwan.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, I will call for the next speaker, Dr. Ratna Wijayanti Daniar Paramita, Rector of STI Widyagama, Lumajang. Ibu Ratna, are you there with us?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Bella.
Okay, time is yours, Doctor. You have how many minutes?
PPT?
Yeah, you have 10 minutes for presentation because we will have a Sholat Jumat after this.
Terima kasih waktunya. Saya Ratna Wijayanti Daniar Paramita dari SDI Widyagama Lumajang. I will present my presentation using culture in Banyuwangi during this pandemic. My title is Culture Preservation from Just Dancing is Not Enough. Banyuwangi start to be known worldwide. Now Indonesia is more than just Bali and Lombok. Even Banyuwangi is now being tourism destination, more importantly at BFest event. Banyuwangi event majestic contain all elements is in society, lifestyle, health, technology, fashion, sport, agriculture, plantation, nautical, entrepreneur, music, culinaire, and most importantly, local and art and traditional ceremony in Banyuwangi. Performance is this art festival is held every year and become event that pampers tourism.
Sorry to cut you, Ibu Ratna. Your presentation haven't show up yet. Please share screen of your presentation, PPT.
Sudah.
We
Nggak muncul
haven't
ya?
seen that yet.
Nggak muncul kah?
Yes.
Belum ditekan.
Belum ditekan. Yes. Okay. Now we can see that.
Baru nampak.
Thank you.
Sudah.
Ya, sudah, Ibu.
Okay. Society of Village Kemiren Banyuwangi is still hold on traditional that originates from the village and has always been hold the traditional ceremonies. Traditional ceremonies is not merely a ritual purpose, but also kenapa? Nah, terus gimana? Coba. Sudah? Terlihat PPT-nya?
Okay.
Okay, the society feels that they have continued to hold the art show or the tradition because it is a hereditary. Thus, the society gladly fund the event. The purpose of this research is to create the CSR cash flow model in culture field to preserve using culture of Banyuwangi. This research is a qualitative research which use case study, understanding culture. Okay. Culture CSR of local company of culture preservation. One Banyuwangi district already have a regional law about CSR with regional law Banyuwangi district number 3, yes, 2040 about social responsibility of company. 2, law of Banyuwangi Regency number 40, years 2050 about implementation guidelines of regional law number 3, yes, 2040 about social responsibility of company. 3, culture values of Osing tribe in Banyuwangi are still preserved, such as Seblang, Iterbumi, Tumpak Sewu, Mocolontar, Gandrung, Rebu Wekasan, Kebu-kebuan, Ruwatan, Tumplak Pujen, Graduan, Dok-dokan, and so on. Various traditional ceremony packed in from of Banyuwangi Festival and combined with lots of festivals that are formed by the regional government. Regional government has been established tourism village via regional law number years 2040 about tourism village. Regional government has been established village Kemiren tourism village. This established is because village Kemiren is only village from the society still hold traditional ritual complete. The owner of art studios and culture performance need funding very much to develop studio either to full customer or rehearse and show. Some of local company in Banyuwangi have been do the obligation to spend CSR. Some of the have to not been. CSR this has been spent is managed by regional government for various needs, including culture one. Belambangan both of art can be mediator between culture performance of art studies owner and company. This is a cash flow model CSR. There are three alternative model products. One, company provide CSR culture to company directly, such as donation to culture activities. Two, company provider CSR culture through DKB, Dewan Kesenian Belambangan Arts Social. Three, the company provides CSR to the company in form of art gallery. Focus discussion group agreed that the culture CSR fund distribution model would use a third alternative. The company provided CSR to the company in the of art gallery. And then this study conducted an analysis of the three art studios, become the company for this studios. The result of research and discussion of CSR policy and model implementation conclude that there are three main pillars in order to achieve traditional culture preservation purpose with regional government role as main actor via regulate policy. Companies role implementation and art studio role as policy goal. To that culture, CSR implementation model consists of capital intellectual input that honored by art studio, implementation process that involves company, but in the form of products as culture preservation goal and impact that fit by art studio. Harmony between implementation who are companies and program goal which art studios can be established with the role of mediator, which in this case is either Belambangan Arts Council or other parties such of CSR Forum, Aman, and Culture Performance. This is Art Studios Village Batara, Kampung Batara. Gandrung Sopongiro Studio, Laraswangi Studio. Tembang podo nonton. Podo nonton pundiak sempal ring lelurung, pandite pundiak sempial lambiane para putro ke jalan ring gedung lewung, jalan jala sutro, tempang tampeng kancana, kembiang menur melik-melik ring bebentur. Sun siram alun, sun petik nyirat ati, lari angon gumuk iku panculono, tandurono kacang lanjaran, saunting ulih perawan. Kembang gandung sak gulung ditawa sewu, nora murah, nora larang, kang nowo wong adiol kembang. Wong adiol kembang sun barisno ring tumenggungan, sun iring payung agung lambiane mabat mayun. Kembang abyang selebrang tiba ring kasyur. Bateji balenana sun enteling iring pasiban. Pasepian agung kidemang mangan nginum selerengan wong nganus keris. Ngandam genis kurang abyur. Kurang lebih seperti itu tembang podo nonton yang disajikan oleh penari gandrung. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ibu Ratna, for your presentation. Our keynote speaker profile. Ibu Ratna Wijayanti Daniar Paramita, Rektor Sri Widya Gama. Thank you once again for your contributions. And I also would like to acknowledge for your certificate. This certificate is proudly presented to Dr. Ratna Wijayanti Daniar Paramita, Rektor Sri Widya Gama Lumajang, in your recognition and your contribution as keynote speaker in the first ADRI Jatim World Conference.
Okay, thank you, Bella.
Yes, and also this is a certificate proudly presented to you, Dr. Ratna Wijayanti Daniar Paramita, Rektor Sri Widya Gama Lumajang, in your recognition and your contribution as steering committee and advisory board in the first ADRI Jatim World Conference. Thank you once again, Dr. Ratna. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, you can write down in your chat room. You can read after this. But before that, we will have a break, for 1 hour for Salat Jumat and lunch, and we will be back at 1 p.m. Jakarta time. Don't forget to join again after break because we will continue for the plenary session for the keynote speaker. I will see you soon. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Terima kasih Bu Elo.
Ya, sama-sama Prof. Idrus.
Mau sholat Jumat nih.
Ya, sholat Jumat, Prof.
Terima kasih, Prof.
Ya.
Aman, Pak Raja.
Ya, Pak Is.
Di rumah aja.
Doa.
Alhamdulillah.
Ya, insya Allah.
Jumatan dulu, Bro. Ya?
Yuk.
Terima kasih.
Bu Lucy, nggak Jumatan.
COVID, sholat Jumat boleh di rumah COVID.
Iya, suaranya nggak muncul.
Iya.
Iya, Indonesia tinggal siap. Ya?
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seat as the opening ceremony will commence soon. For the plenary session will be commenced soon. Ini suara saya feedback.
Enggak. Bagus kok.
Oh ya, oke.
Bagus, suaranya bagus.
Ya, baik Bu Mei.
Dan masih cantik.
Okay, can we start? Ibu Ninda, have you joined us?
Ya, Bu Elok.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to First ADRI Jatim World Conference, International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research in Applied Science, Technology, Digital, IT, Education, Economic, Management, Business, Social Science, and Sustainability. We will continue to the next session for keynote speaker. Our moderator in this afternoon will be Ibu Dr. Ninda Fatmawati, SHMH from Narotama University. After this, Ibu Ninda will lead the plenary session for the keynote speakers. And for your information that the questions will be read after all the speakers are present. Okay, thank you very much. Ibu Ninda, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Elok. Good day, all speakers and all participants. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ninda Fatmawati, and I'm the moderator of Season 2 today. And in this session, we'll have 7 or 8 speakers. They are Mr. Abu Sukocho from Narotama University, Bapak Dr. Imam Wahyudi Karimullah from Universitas Islam Malang, Ibu Widi Wahyani, Magister Management from Institut Teknologi Nasional Malang, Ibu Aina Amalia, FNMC from UIN Sunan Ampel, Surabaya, Ibu Nurmawati MM from Universitas 45 Surabaya, Ibu Lucy Tunik Muharli Siani MPD from Universitas Wijaya Kusuma Surabaya, Ibu Lila Puji Lestari MSI from LPPM Umaha, and also Dr. Muhammad Ihsan. Okay, let's start the session, and we'll have Bapak Agus Sukocho, STMM. He is Head of Management, Narotama University. He's also Co-Chairman First ADRI Jatim World Conference. Untuk Bapak Agus Sukocho, STMM, time is yours. Silakan Bapak Agus Sukocho. We cannot hear your voice. Maybe it's still mute.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Ninda Fatmawati. I will try to present our PPT today. I will share. PPT is there. Okay, thank you. I will try share our topic today, the role of lecture in building of the economy of small medium enterprises in the COVID-19 pandemic period. My name is Agus Sukoco, STMM, Head of Management Study Program, Faculty Economy and Business, Narotama University, Surabaya, Indonesia. The pandemic COVID-19 impact on the economic in Indonesia, especially small and medium enterprises. This is we know that 1 year our pandemic until now, many of small and medium enterprises is impact, and some of small medium enterprises is closed. Some of them decrease is product sales. In here, lecturers as high educated person are expected to contribute to the sustainability of small medium enterprises, which is affected by the pandemic COVID-19. So we are lecturers, and this is educated people, more knowledge, more read book. Every day we make a class, and so maybe we can share to small medium enterprises how to exit from the pandemic effect, especially how to make from my study from management, how make management of small enterprises become good, and market of product small medium enterprises will be continue like this. So what rules can be lecture give? This is our thing. What should we do in that condition? In the field of management and business, lecture can rule to assist small enterprises in human resource, in marketing aspect, in financial aspect. This is our focus is marketing aspect for small and medium enterprises. For marketing, we focus in digital marketing. Why? Because now is era digital. All people they use internet. Most of people use internet. This is digital marketing become a hub for marketing product of small and medium enterprises. Businesscom Jakarta, they said that the number of internet users in Indonesia as of the second quarter of 2020 reached 196.7 million, or 23.7% of the population in Indonesia. This is very large user internet in Indonesia. This number increased by about 25.5 million users compared the last year before. The increase of the number of Indonesian internet user in 8.9%. User in Java Island still contribute the most to the increase in the number of internet users, namely 56.4%. The second, the largest internet user come from Sumatra Island with 22.1%. The next is followed by Sulawesi 7%, Kalimantan 6.3%, Bali and Nusa Tenggara 5.2%, Maluku Papua 3%, or the equivalent 25.5 million users in mid-2020. So this is users internet in Java especially is very much. What's marketing? what marketing platform in Indonesia? The first is Facebook. They use Twitter. This is email of marketing. They use the Google SEO. They use the Instagram. They use YouTube. And number 6 is email marketing. This is a platform of marketing they use for digital marketing in Indonesia. And then we will see how internet in Indonesia. We see from penetration internet users at 29 to 2020 Q2. Penetration internet in 2019, this is 73.7%. And then user internet in Indonesia, 196.7 million. And then growth of internet users, this is 8.9%. And then population Indonesia, 2019, this is 266.9 million. This is contributes penetration internet in Java. We said before, this is Java is more. This is very high, 56.4%. And then we look about most active social media as a digital platform for marketing. We see in January 2019. We see here is YouTube is very popular. YouTube is 88%. They use YouTube. And then the second is WhatsApp. And then is Facebook. So then Instagram. After then Line and Twitter, FB Messenger, BBM is now done. LinkedIn, Pinterest, Skype, WeChat, Snapchat, Pets, Tumblr, Reddit is 16%. This is a picture how the people using the social media in Indonesia. So this is our strategy how to marketing for small medium enterprises in case of this digital marketing. We see here that the YouTube content visitor in Indonesia, the most is film, and second is music, and then sport, and then culiner. This is our focus, how to market small enterprises product, and then culiner is favorite in YouTube. So we must think, what do we think can do? What do we think and can do? How to market UMKM product in the community and increasing the sales of small medium enterprises product and improving the community economy. This is our thinking. So this is we try to doing something. The first is Narotama University. This is making MOU with Surabaya TV. This will be help us to promote the product of UMKM. Also, the second, we develop of YouTube channel for help the marketing the small medium enterprises, especially the product of small medium enterprises. This is under the Faculty Economy and Business Management Study Program, Narotama University. So this is our activity to practice help of small medium enterprises. We make visiting to UMKM in Banjarkemuning, Sidoarjo. So I will show the video. If you can.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Masih dari ruang kerja Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Narotama Surabaya. Saat ini kami sedang melakukan persiapan untuk kunjungan ke usaha
Sorry, I will share video.
Share screen-nya ke sini.
Ya, apa ini? Itu rekam.
mikro, kecil, dan menengah. Satu adalah saat ini kami sedang melakukan persiapan untuk kunjungan ke usaha mikro, kecil, dan menengah. Satu adalah terasi, usaha terasi, dan yang kedua adalah usaha kerupuk udang. Ya, siang ini sebelum kita berangkat, kita persiapan terlebih dahulu, kita melakukan pengecekan beberapa peralatan yang akan kita bawa ke lokasi. Kegiatan ini akan kita lakukan secara rutin sebagai wujud peran serta perguruan tinggi Universitas Narotama dalam pengembangan industri dan usaha mikro kecil menengah yang ada di Surabaya dan sekitarnya, termasuk Sidoarjo. Kelanjutannya bisa kita ikuti bersama. Berikut ini kondisi ruang kerja di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Narotama. Hadir dalam kesempatan ini Bapak Rektor, kemudian beberapa orang staf yang lain, ada Ibu Niken, ada Bapak Agus Sukoco, Kaprodi Manajemen Universitas Narotama, ada Ibu Emi. Selamat siang Ibu Emi. Selamat siang. Oke, setelah ini kita akan lanjut menuju lokasi. Perjalanan ke UMKM di Cemandi, Sidoarjo kita mulai. Ini kita masih baru keluar dari parkiran kampus Universitas Narotama Surabaya. Saat ini kita satu grup 3 orang, saya, Bapak Agus Sukoco, dan Mas Hafid.
Okay, this is our visiting to UMKM to explore the product of UMKM in Cemandi, Sidoarjo. We so make visiting to production UMKM of koi, fish koi. This is our
mari kita
visiting
bincang-bincang dengan Pak Aris
koi
selaku
farmer in Yogyakarta.
koi. Nanti kita bisa bincang-bincang bagaimana beliau
This is
mengelola ikan
our
koi
friend,
ini
our team, Roni Toricatun
sebuah
from Department of Civil Engineering in Narotama University.
menghimpun lebih dari 50 petani yang dihimpun beliau sebagai koordinator. Nanti mungkin kita bisa bincang-bincang dengan beliau. Mari. Sambil tinggi ya. Pak Aris ini ranger koi terbesar di Magelang. Juara 1 City Micro Entrepreneurship Award 2016-2017.
Ya, nanti kita
gimana ini Pak Aris bisa menjadi juara ini?
When talking with a farmer, there's explore about condition,
Karena
how to
isi dari kegiatan itu kan UMKM, ya, di kegiatan ekonomi.
make
Nah, ternyata
this like this.
saya dinilai memang bisa meningkatkan dari anggota itu ekonominya. Dari padi itu misalnya satu peta itu harus panen dapat uang 1 juta.
They explain that will increase the economic of people in the Jakarta area.
Karena petani saya itu prinsipnya kalau modal 1 juta, untung 1 juta. Itu saja. Tapi
After that, we also doing a program in aglonema. Aglonema, this is aglonema in Tretes.
Melakukan perjalanan keluar kota bersama dengan tim dari Universitas Narotama Surabaya.
We doing this every month.
Ayo kita.
Sometimes 1 month is full time. We make visiting to UMKM in Java.
Di pasar Prigen, pasar Indah Prigen. Dan siapkan fasilitas adaptasi new normal. Wajah kecil, jualan tanaman-tanaman. Ya.
Explore the flower in Indonesia, beautiful. The price is cheap because in the season you are a farmer in mountain. After that, we also going to durian. Durian is, we are like durian, so we can explore the durian in, this is in Ngawi. Many product lokal Ngawi, this is
Kita potongkan ya itu tadi.
very good quality.
Tapi jangan dimasuk. Ada pahitnya, ya. Kalau durian lokal mungkin tes. Bagus tadi, bagus. Nggak suka itu. Apa dia makan?
Kayak suaranya ini mesti banget kayak enak aku.
Dagingnya tebel, bijinya kecil. Nah, saya coba yang ini bijinya agak besar.
This is not free.
Oke. Oh, boleh. Kamu cari dan kita potongkan ya itu tadi.
Ada durian akhirnya kopinya hilang.
So another video YouTube we can visit in our channel Manajemen Narotama YouTube. So we back to PPT. This is the video. We not only to explore the product UMKM, but we also doing the publication about that product. This is one of publication. We join in IOM Harare. December 2020, we hear the topic of paper marketplace effectiveness increasing sales concentration of small business product pandemic effect. This is collaboration. The Wiwi Isyani from Al Anwar Mojokerto, Putu Artaya from Narotama, Tu Bagus from Narotama, Agus Koco from Narotama, Talib Madika Mistara from Narotama, and Professor Talibun from UTHM Malaysia.
Agus, your time is 3 minutes more.
Okay. The next, we also make paper determining dividend pay ratio like this. For this is my student Ufavianti, and then more people in here. So if we make doing like this will be affect to lecture profile like me, like other people maybe we doing this, and not only effect on small enterprises but also effect on our profile as lecturer. Our paper will be increased, our book will be increased, and then our Sinta index will be growth. Okay, this is the last of presentation. So thank you for Mrs. Ninda. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Agus Sukocho, for your presentation. And wow, harusnya saya dikasih tahu Bapak ketika makan durian ya. Jadi saya sama Bu Elok bisa ikut begitu. Baik. So here are your certificates. This is Bapak Agus Sukocho STMM. He is Head of Management, Narutama University, Co-Chairman First ADRI Jatim World Conference. Bu Elo, may we share the certificates for Bapak Agus Sukocho? So here are your certificates. This certificate is proudly presented to Agus Sukocho STMM, Head of Management, Narutama University, Co-Chairman First ADRI Jatim World Conference, in your recognitions of your contribution as steering committee and advisory board. Okay, this is your first certificates, and the second certificate is okay. This is your certificate for contribution as keynote speaker, Bapak Agus Sukocho.
Thank you, thank you.
Once more, thank you very much for the presentation. Now, we are going to our second speaker from Universitas Islam Malang, Bapak Dr. Imam Wahyudi Karimullah as International Office. Bapak Dr. Imam Wahyudi Karimullah, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ibu Ninda. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Respectable all keynote speakers from Indonesia and from overseas. I'm so happy this afternoon because even though during this pandemic situation, we can still have silaturahim and having online face-to-face meeting to share our own field and expertise. And this afternoon, I would like to share a bit information about what we have been doing at University of Islam Malang. I do not know whether we have a question and answer after my presentation, or maybe at the end of my presentation, I will welcome any questions, maybe from the audience or from the other speakers. Let me share my PowerPoint PowerPoint presentation. Okay, here it is. So, as already introduced by the moderator, I'm right now, in addition to teaching at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, I'm also helping the Office of International Affairs at the University of Islam Malang. I just written down in my PowerPoint, the title of my presentation is Joint International Programs, Borderless Freedom of Learning. In East Java provinces, we have a number of higher education institutions. And today, we also have partners. We have also speakers from Malaysia, from United Arab Emirates, and also from the United Kingdom. This is very strategic for us, not only for developing our human capacity, but also to develop our international networking. We at the University of Islam Malang, we have several milestones from the teaching university, and then we were moving into research university. So at this year, we are currently in the milestone of research university. And then after that, we are moving to entrepreneurial university. So we will focus on entrepreneurship. And then in 2027, we will be having a world-class university milestone. To support the milestone of world-class university, I think, as already mentioned by the president of the Association of Indonesian Lecturers in East Java and in Indonesia, as already stated by Associate Professor Dr. Fatoni Rodi and also Associate Professor Dr. Metiana, that collaboration, networking among institutions are very, very important to support the development of our programs. Jadi, seperti yang sudah disampaikan oleh Associate Professor Dr. Fatoni Rodi dan Associate Professor Dr. Metiana, bahwa dalam rangka pengembangan perguruan tinggi, networking, collaboration, yang seperti hanya disampaikan oleh Profesor Dr. Maskuri, collaboration sangat-sangat penting. Sehingga forum ADRI kali ini sebenarnya adalah momen yang sangat krusial bagi kita untuk saling membackup kerjasama kita dalam rangka untuk mensupport program-program international programs. We at University of Islam Malang, seperti yang disampaikan oleh Profesor Maskuri, kita memiliki beberapa milestone. We have a teaching university milestone, we passed already. Kita sudah melalui teaching university, and then kita saat ini sedang berada pada research university. So any programs in our campus and also our joint international programs is focusing on research programs. Jadi semua kebijakan saat ini difokuskan kepada diarahkan kepada research programs, sehingga arah kebijakan for international programs is also geared toward the collaboration on research area. Kemudian di 5 tahun yang akan datang, kami di Universitas Islam Malang fokus on entrepreneurship, sehingga saat ini kami selain meng-create program-program yang fokus pada research, kerjasama dengan mitra di bidang research, juga kami menyiapkan untuk milestone yang berikutnya, yaitu entrepreneurship. Dan di tahun 2027, we at the University of Islam Malang are preparing for world-class university. Of course, in the next 6 years, dalam jangka waktu 6 tahun yang akan datang, the foundation of international collaboration must be strengthened. Jadi fondasi-fondasi kerjasama internasional itu harus benar-benar diperkuat. Bagaimana sebenarnya peluang-peluang international programs itu bisa kita raih dan bisa kita laksanakan. I will share from the perspective of our experiences at the University of Islam Malang. Maybe we can collaborate with the other university, especially in East Java province, and maybe also from our partners from Malaysia and many other countries. Sehingga harapannya adalah apa yang sudah kami lakukan di University of Islam Malang ini bisa menjadi bagian untuk dalam rangka memperluas kerjasama antara Unisma dengan mitra-mitra yang ada, khususnya nanti dengan mitra-mitra yang ada di perguruan tinggi di Jawa Timur. So please feel free to let me know This is my cell phone number, WhatsApp number as well, and then my email address. So if you have any questions, maybe after the presentation, you can just WhatsApp me, or maybe we can try to connect to join our programs. We also welcome. Sehingga mungkin ada dari Bapak Ibu dari beberapa perguruan tinggi yang hadir, kita bisa create program secara bersama-sama, because right now is in the era of freedom of learning, campus freedom. Saat ini adalah era kebebasan untuk bekerja sama antar kampus dan kebebasan untuk belajar. Boundless freedom of learning. Jadi tidak ada lagi jarak, tidak harus lagi terbentur dengan finance. In the last 2 or 3 or 5 years, we are depending too much on financial issue. Pada 2-3 tahun yang lalu, kita sangat bergantung sekali dengan pendanaan, karena memang, for example, when we want to send our students to Russia, to Australia, to Malaysia, to Thailand, to Singapore, of course, it depends a lot on the aspect of financial aspect. Dan saat ini, because of boundless freedom, I want to focus on some example that we have been doing so far at University of Islam Malang. Saya akan fokus pada beberapa hal yang sudah kami lakukan and joint international programs. These are some examples of programs, online programs that we have been doing so far at the University of Islam Malang. Ini adalah beberapa contoh program yang sudah kita kerjakan di di Universitas Islam Malang. Alhamdulillah, one of the keynote speaker is from University of Tun Hasan Un Malaysia, and also from University of Malaysia Kelantan, and we also have been doing the program on online international credit transfer. I will start first with the joint international webinar. Untuk joint international webinar ini sebenarnya bisa kita lakukan secara bersama-sama, seperti yang sudah kita lakukan sekarang. Ini adalah a very good practice. We at the University of Islam Malang, we have a monthly program. Kami di Unisma Malang, kami punya program bulanan. We invite ambassadors from overseas. Kami punya program bulanan untuk mengundang duta besar dari seluruh dunia. Dan alhamdulillah kami sudah berjalan, sejumlah duta besar sudah kami undang. Bulan ini, insya Allah tanggal 17, we are inviting the ambassador from France, dari Prancis. Bulan yang lalu kami mengundang ambassador from Netherlands, from New Zealand, and then from Russia, from Aljazair, from Palestine, from many other countries. So we schedule this program regularly. And of course, all other participants from universities in East Java can participate to get update from overseas embassy. Sehingga kegiatan ini menurut saya sangat baik untuk bisa diikuti oleh perguruan tinggi yang ada baik di Jawa Timur maupun di Indonesia, untuk bisa mendapatkan update yang terbaru terkait dengan perkembangan kerjasama maupun perkembangan scholarship dari mancanegara. And we welcome participants from East Java province as well. The second one is a joint international conference, like what we are doing right now. This is a very good thing. We invite, but I think the important is not just the conference, but the follow-up after the conference. Yang penting menurut saya bukan konferensinya, tetapi follow-up setelah conference. I hope after this we can make a close relationship with the Polytechnic from Malaysia. For example, we have the speaker from Malaysia just now, and then we also have the President Council of Malaysian faculty members. So the follow-up is, I think, is very, very important. Sehingga nanti follow-up itu nanti bisa kita gunakan untuk create another program. For example, we can also create online joint community service. Last year, we sent our students to Thailand, to Malaysia, to Taiwan, but it is face-to-face community services, not online. But this year, we send our students to do community service in some schools in Thailand, in collaboration with social organizations, as well as with the government, with the embassy. Sehingga kegiatan yang berikutnya yang bisa kita lakukan adalah kegiatan pengabdian masyarakat secara online. Pada tahun ini kami mengirimkan kegiatan pengabdian masyarakat didampingi oleh dosen-dosennya yang memungkinkan sebenarnya misalkan di Malaysia atau di Thailand Selatan ini sebenarnya bisa kita gandeng. Sehingga Bapak Ibu misalkan dari perguruan tinggi yang ada di Jawa Timur bisa bersama-sama karena because we have the commonality, we have the same language. Malaysia, Indonesia, and Southern Thailand they speak Malay language. Mereka bisa berbicara bahasa Melayu dan bahasanya juga tidak begitu sulit. Sehingga doing workshop, doing what we call teaching practice at high school will be a good idea as one form of community service. Another form of activity that we do is online visiting professor. Online visiting professor, we recently do a program with Tashkent State University of Oriental Study, Uzbekistan. Sebelumnya kami mengirimkan online visiting professor ke Rusia, ke Australia, ke Singapura, ke Jepang. Cost-nya sangat-sangat mahal. It's very costly. But now, because of pandemic, everything is online. We can just create Zoom meeting platform, and then we can invite the students, organize the students, and then have a discussion with the department, the dean, and then schedule the program, and the other lecturers can join us. Saat ini kita bisa create online visiting professor dengan beberapa mitra yang sudah bekerja sama. Kita siapkan mahasiswanya di mitra kita, kemudian tentukan jadwalnya yang sesuai, kemudian nanti kita schedule jadwalnya, kemudian by Zoom meeting, for example, we can do the online visiting professor. Itu adalah contoh online visiting professor. And then next one is International Virtual English Fellow from Rilo, USA. Tahun ini, alhamdulillah, kami di Unisma Malang mendapatkan bantuan dosen asing from Rilo, Regional English Language Office from the United States of America, from Department of State. And I think that's also a good idea when we are doing the what we call collaboration, so that we can make use of this stuff to support the development of faculty members in East Java Province. Program-program ini sebenarnya banyak yang bisa kita akses dari beberapa mungkin kedutaan besar atau mungkin dari Departemen Pendidikan atau Ministry of Education and Culture overseas yang bisa nanti memberikan bantuan pengajar selama 1 semester. We also have a face-to-face fellow. Kami juga mendapatkan bantuan secara fisik, tapi karena pandemi belum datang, sehingga pada bulan Maret ini until August we will start the online visiting professor from Rilo, USA. And then the next one I would like to share is about online international credit transfer. In 2019, we sent our student to National Donghua University, Taiwan. Di tahun 2019, kami seperti yang saya sampaikan sebelumnya, we send our student face-to-face, and it is costly, sangat mahal sekali. But fortunately, we got the funding from the Ministry of Education and Culture. Tetapi beruntungnya adalah kami mendapatkan pendanaan dari Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan. So please, for higher education institution in Java Province, I think it is very important for us to make use the opportunity of funding from the Ministry of Education and Culture. Sehingga kesempatan-kesempatan pendanaan, proposal untuk mengajukan hibah online credit transfer itu saya kira sangat-sangat penting untuk kita bisa akses. Lebih-lebih kita yang di konsorsium bisa bekerja sama untuk bisa sama-sama sharing berkaitan dengan hal tersebut. Saat ini kami baru saja meluluskan kurang lebih 30 mahasiswa yang mengikuti perkuliahan di Moscow City University, Samara, Rusia. Sebanyak 30 mahasiswa untuk mengikuti kegiatan International Online Credit Transfer. And on March, dan pada bulan Maret ini kami sedang menyiapkan kurang lebih 100 lebih mahasiswa untuk kami kirim ke Malaysia. Dan kebetulan kami kirimkan ke University Tun Hasan Un Malaysia. Sehingga tadi ada Profesor Idris kalau tidak salah dari Malaysia. So thank you so much for sharing a very wonderful presentation this morning. And we are looking forward for the collaboration with University Tun Hasan Un Malaysia as well as with University of Malaysia Kelantan, with the Faculty of Economic and Business in the University of Malaysia Kelantan. And the next one is online teaching internship. Selain pengabdian masyarakat, yang kami lakukan adalah penyiapan online teaching internship. Online teaching internship ini kami terbuka dan kami juga membuka akses. We are now having more than 33 countries. Kami sekarang sudah memiliki mitra, alumni, dan student dari 34 negara. So welcome if anyone interested in having collaboration with us, especially in the East Java province. And this month, on February, we are now working on online internship with Adelaide University Australia. Jadi kami sekarang sedang menerima internship dari University of Adelaide Australia, working on internship on international program in conducting international webinar. And inshallah next month we are having online joint international student exchange of ideas. So we are inviting international students from all over Indonesia and from overseas to share their ideas and their experience while studying in Indonesia or while studying overseas. Kami juga saat ini sedang menyiapkan untuk kegiatan bulan Maret untuk melaksanakan kegiatan International Students Exchange of Idea, sehingga nanti mahasiswa Bapak Ibu bisa juga join kegiatan itu untuk mendapatkan International Student Exchange Certificate, and I think that will be very useful for our national accreditation. Karena seperti yang sudah Bapak Ibu ketahui, as we already know that international aspect is very, very important, especially for national and international accreditation. Now at the University of Islam Malang, we are still preparing for ASEAN accreditation and FIBA accreditation. And for national accreditation from the National Accreditation Board of the Republic of Indonesia, BAN-PT, also require us to have not only the Memorandum of Understanding, but also Memorandum of Agreement as the implementation of our program. Sehingga Bapak Ibu dari beberapa perguruan tinggi, this is a very good momentum for us to connect each other, to share our experiences, networking, to collaborate, and so on. And these are some examples of our summer program with Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. This is with our partner in Japan. And then this is a consortium in Malang Raya. And of course, in East Java province, we can work together, focusing on international networking. And then this is our summer camp at Unisma with our Uzbekistan student. And then this is a global summit of university leaders. This one, we provide the opportunity for other higher education institutions to have the MOU signing with overseas partners. Pada momentum ini, kami memfasilitasi lebih dari 100 perguruan tinggi dalam dan luar negeri untuk bisa MOU dengan mitra-mitra di luar negeri. Sehingga ADRI is a very good place for us to share our network so that we can do the MOU and then we implement the programs. Sehingga tidak hanya bisa sharing MOU-nya, tapi juga bisa create programnya yang bisa kita lakukan. I think that's all that I can share about what we call the international program at the University of Islam Malang. And if you want to know more about our program, of course, you can go to our website at Unisma website. We have our website. This is our website. And then we have the program, the program for scholarship, and then ambassador talk with ambassador around the world, and then also we have what we call say for example, we have a collaboration online. So we have a collaboration with Australian government, and we do it online because and it is more efficient. Like we send our students for credit transfer with Tashkent University of Oriental Study, we do it online. And for online visiting professor, for example, we prepare with the Faculty of Economic and Business, for example, we prepare the professor, and then we also prepare the students, and then we do the visiting professor as well. So if you do have any questions, please feel free to let us know. And I think that's all my presentation, and thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Bapak Dr. Imam Wahyudi Karimullah. It's so inspiring. Bapak Dr. Imam Wahyudi Karimullah, Head of International Office, Universitas Islam Malang. He got his bachelor degree and magister degree in Michigan University, right? Michigan University. Yes. So, Bapak, here are your certificates.
Thank you.
This is for your contribution as steering committee and advisory board. And
Thank
second
you.
is, you're welcome. Second is for you and your contribution as speakers. Ibu Elo, yeah, would you help me? Okay. Keynote speakers in your recognition of your contribution as keynote speakers. So we already spelled your name right.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Bu Nenda.
Ya, sama-sama Bapak. Thank you. Salam buat teman-teman di Unisma Malang.
Thank you. Yep, you're welcome.
Okay, we are gonna start the third speaker. Ada Ibu Widi Wahyani MM from Institut Teknologi Nasional Malang. Ibu Widi Wahyani, time is yours.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oke, Bu Ella.
Saya Ninda, Ibu.
Oh.
Okay.
This is Linda. Okay, thank you, Miss Linda, for the time. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Widi Wahyani. I'm from National Institute of Technology. My language is Java. Okay, in this session, I want to present my research proposal with title The Urgency of E-commerce in Supporting and Sustainability of Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises During the COVID-19 Pandemic. Okay, this research start with a background. There are several points in my research background. Coronavirus outbreak contributes to provide many valuable lessons in almost every domain of human life and has a significant impact in various industry lines, including an economic sector, especially micro, small, and medium enterprises.
I'm sorry, Bu Widi, is there any PowerPoint to share?
Sorry, I've sent to Mr. Dr. Iksan.
Oh, okay.
To share.
Okay,
yeah.
wait.
Okay. Wait a minute.
I forget to remind you about the PPT.
Okay. We are waiting for. Yeah. We are waiting for the slides.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Please continue. Please continue while we are waiting for Pak Iksan fixing the PPT.
Okay, Miss Linda. Sorry, Miss or Mrs. Okay. I would like to continue my presentation about the research background. The second is micro, small, and medium enterprises are one of the important pillars of the national economy. Therefore, they need to be helped in order to survive, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. And moreover, micro, small, and medium enterprises sector can be said to be the backbone of the Indonesia's economy. I mean, the fighting power of the business sector must be recognized as able to survive the crisis that occurred. And then, micro, small, and medium enterprises sector can be said to be the backbone of Indonesia's economy. And the fighting power of the business sector must be recognized as able to survive the crisis that occurred. Okay, however, the small business sector is able to survive or even begin to grow based on the records of the economy of the Office of Cooperative Industry and Trade in 2020. There are as many as 9,870 micro enterprises in Java. So these efforts, now a few are able to survive in the minds of the COVID-19 pandemics. Okay, I would like to move to the great opportunity in the COVID-19 outbreak. However, it turns out of the COVID-19 pandemic, Indonesia has not dampened the intention of some people to dare to open a business. Although big businessmen say that nowadays conditions are increasingly difficult due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, small businesses are emerging. But on the other hand, we are a researcher from ITN Malang. We got one of the biggest challenges to starting a business is finding the right market share. I think it's not easy to solve this problem. The using of social media such as Instagram, Facebook is not and is able to encourage the sale of small, medium, and micro enterprises products. For small, micro, and medium enterprises is using social media or digital platform as a product marketing media is not an easy matter, especially for some small, medium, and enterprises. For the age, selling online is not as easy as imagined. So it is very difficult to deliver the transformation of digital to our colleagues as a actor in micro, small, and medium enterprises. The next, manufacturers influence the effort to be accepted by social media users. Marketing using digital platform is a tough challenge because
Ibu Widi, we are sorry. In this screen, there are your slides.
Yeah.
Yeah. Will you tell us what page to show?
Challenge.
Oh, challenge. Okay, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, manufacturers influence the effort to be accepted by social media users. Marketing using digital platform is not a dull challenge because they have difficulty in the network or network owned. Okay, next. Okay, I take the expert quote from several notes here. First is actually did not escape from human civilization. They experienced very long evolution, starting from the beginning of the agricultural era until now entering the era of information. The basic input in this information era is knowledge, no longer based on physical materials or heavy machinery. And then from January 2017, I could take note from his sport, and then from Widagdo 2016, he said that information and communication technology, or ICT, or better known as information and communication technology, development is very rapid in this era. This rapid development is characterized by the easier and practical human access to information and communication technology is a form of technology used to create, store, change, and use information in various forms. The last from the page of the slide from Translator 21. Without realizing it, nowadays information and communication technology greatly affects human daily activities. So it is undeniable that the longer humans increasingly rely on technology, with the great potential of the ease and popularity of information and communication technology, entrepreneurs begin to use the internet as a means of marketing their products. Okay, next. Okay, as a researcher, we would like to share about the solution for the college in micro, small, and medium enterprises by helping choosing an e-commerce platform that is suitable for each micro, small, and medium enterprises product with or without engineering, so as to help small, macro, and medium enterprises in determining their marketing channels. Okay, next. Okay. Related into our research about the stage implementation. The first step is a situation analysis first, and then with the concept strength, opportunities and weaknesses and threats in the location. I mean the objects as a small and medium enterprises. And the next step, continue with the make opportunity analysis. I use e-marketing strategic planning in this step. And then about the objectives, by using the concept practice, I mean doing some training to our colleagues how to implement the digital technology to their own business, and also quantity and time frame. Okay, next step, e-marketing strategy with the concept relationship management, including cure products, price, place, and promotion. And the fifth step about the implementation plan. I take the concept here by choosing the right marketing organization, and then continuing by the budget, because without budget, we could not do something to support their business, especially to facilitate their business to go online or to do some transformation to digital technology. And the last one is evaluation plan. In this stage, I using balance scorecard as approaching the progress of the business. Okay, next. Research method, or sorry, frame of mind. Based on my background, I take several notes for frame of mind of my visits. First of all, pandemic COVID-19. Because of the effect of pandemic COVID-19 itself, curing the economic crisis, and then it the effects to the industry sector, micro, small, and medium enterprises. We could give solution about the system, how to sustain the business of small, medium enterprises. And then with the two strategy, we try to approach with the business defense strategy and the business development strategies by e-marketing digital, and then to delivering its business into the marketplace. In this research, my team research using qualitative research method. Why we take a qualitative method? Because qualitative method to deal with understanding the world, social affairs, and how to express understanding by using language, sounds, image, and personal styles and social rituals. And note here that qualitative methods of attempting to interpret meaning in an interaction event, human behavior based on a participant's experience in a situation according to the researcher own perspective, and to understand the object studied in depth. Next, because this research approach using phenomenological approaches in the context of qualitative research, the phenomenon of is something that appears in awareness of researcher by using certain things become visible and real. And the last one about the qualitative research itself, because by phenomenological approach, I am to bring awareness and understanding about how human experiencing something. Okay, the last one of the slides in my presentation, I would like to deliver about the interactive, the researcher with the medium, small, micro, small, medium enterprises, about the researchers and micro, small, medium enterprises itself. Researcher here as a facilitator who participates in give meaning to the reality that contracted by the research subject, and in the study might a person with MSME and conducts marketing online. And this research also aims to uncover how the urgency of e-marketing implementation in the middle of COVID-19 pandemic is a defense the economy, and whether marketing strategies have an impact of sustainability of economic defense, small, medium, and micro enterprises, as well as whether the use of marketing through marketing is important maintaining business in the midst of the pandemic. I think my presentation is enough to delivering this moment. I would like to welcome several points of view, suggestion from ladies and gentlemen who joining in this moment. Okay. Finally, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Widi.
You are most welcome.
Okay. So after Ibu Widi presentation, we'll show the certificates for Ibu Widi. And this is Ibu Widi's first certificate. Oh no, this is CV, a little CV, little bit information about Ibu Widi Wahyani. She got her bachelor degree and magister degree from Universitas 17 Agustus 45 Surabaya, and now Ibu Widi bekerja di Institut Teknologi Nasional menjadi pengajar, dosen ya Bu, menjadi dosen ya Bu di ITN, istilahnya begitu ya, ITN Malang. Okay, Ibu Widi, here are your certificates. The first certificate is for your contribution as steering committee and advisory board. Thank you so much. And the second is for keynote speaker. Okay. So we already spelled your name correctly, right, Ibu Widi?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Widi. And the fourth speaker, there will be Ibu Aina Amalia, FNMC. Ibu Aina Amalia is from UIN Sunan Ampel, Surabaya. Ibu Aina Amalia, time is yours.
Oke, thank you Mbak Nindi ya.
Ninda, Ibu.
Mbak Ninda. Oke, thank you Mbak Ninda.
Waktu yang dialokasikan 10 menit, Bu.
Oke, thank you for your time, Mbak Ninda.
Ninda.
Mbak Nindi.
Ninda, Ibu.
Mbak Nindi. Ya.
Oke,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah ala ni'matillah. Salatan wa salaman ala Rasulillah. Respectable keynote speaker and all participants. My name is Aina Amalia. And at this time, I will present the results my research, which is funded by the Ministry of Religions, DIKTIS. Okay, I will present the share screen. Okay. Bukan ya, bentar. Oh ini nih. Oke. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I will present my research multicultural narrative on children of radical families in East Java. My name is Aina Amalia from STI Miftal Ula Kertosono. Research background in Indonesia, the development of radical involve a complex network as well, including families. In a radical family system, children are often target and tool of propaganda, such as the second bombing in Surabaya involves children. In fact, children will grow and develop in a multicultural atmosphere in Indonesia. Therefore, there needs to be a balancing perspective for children, so that they can control their emotion when facing differences and can appreciate differences. By introducing multicultural narrative, which include cognitive, affective, and psychomotor aspect. Problem in this research, what are the view, attitude, and behavior of children from radical families in East Java towards multiculturalism? Number two, how to build a multicultural narrative to compare the understanding of children from radical families. The purpose of this research, the aim is to find out the views, attitude, and behavior of children from radical families in East Java towards multiculturalism. And the introduction of multicultural narrative aim to provide an understanding of the fact of the social diversity of the nation. From this understanding, it is often hoped that new attitudes and behavior will emerge in interpreting diversity, can accept difference as normal. Preliminary research and theoretical basis. Multicultural education is a bit in realizing and
Ibu Aina, we cannot hear your voice. I think it's no problem
for their nation. Community and human rights. So the development responsibility.
Ibu Aina, we cannot hear your voice. Ibu Aina. Now, it seems like Ibu Aina has a signal trouble. So, in our chat box, there are a form for presentation. No, it's a link. I think it's a link for
Mbak Nindi.
Oh ya, oke. Tadi ada gangguan sinyal, Ibu Aina.
Mbak Isun, sudah dengar?
Ya, mungkin agak lebih lambat lagi bicaranya untuk menyiasati trouble sinyal tadi ya, Bu Lina. Silakan, Bu Aina.
Oke. Saya lanjut. the core of the multicultural plurality in society. Second, recognition of human dignity and human rights. Third, development of the responsibility of the world community. Fourth, the development of human responsibility for the earth. Multicultural narrative indicator. Number one, learn to live in a difference, building mutual trust, mutual understanding, mutual respect, open-minded, appreciation and interdependence, conflict resolution, reconciliation. Diagram research, radicalism is reject diversity, church life, impose themselves, use violence in the face of differences. Radical families, religion, understanding is very exclusive, felt their trust, disappointed with the prevailing order. Radical family children grow and develop according to environmental simulation. Kemudian, this research methods. This research used descriptive qualitative methods, and research was conducted in 2 cities, Nganjuk and Surabaya, for 4 months from July, October 1922. And subject of this research, children age 7 tahun hingga 14 tahun. Namely, MI 2 years old, RA 10 years old, F 10 years old, MA at 11 years old, and N at 10 years old, R at years old, KR 12 years old. Multicultural narrative in research. Number one, Surat Al-Maidah ayat 32, Surat Al-Hujurat, kemudian and teaching of compassion of human as by the prophet. Surat Al-Maidah verse 32, reconceptualizing modern jihad, interpret the concept of jihad as islah, improvement, not ifsad, damage or qital atau killing. Surat Al-Maidah 32, it means, therefore, we stipulate a law for the children of Israel that whoever kill a human being, not because that person, another person, or not because of causing damage on earth, is as if a whole kill a whole human, and whoever keep the life of human being, it is as if who has taken care of the life of all humans. And in that our opposite of have come to them with clear information that many of them elder that have really gone beyond the limit in doing damage on earth. And Surat Al-Hujurat ayat 13, Ya ayuhan nas, inna khalaqnakum min dzakari wa unsa waja'alnakum syu'uban wa qabaila lita'arafu inna akramakum indallahi atqakum innallaha alimun khabir. It means people we actually created you from a man and a woman and made you nation and tribes so that you will know each other. Indeed, the most noble among you with Allah is the one who is most devout among you. Allah is all-knowing, all-knowing. Through the teaching of compassion taught by the Prophet Muhammad told his ummah to love each other, loving each other. The implementation is silaturahim. This narrative breaks the opinion that Islam is religion of war, Even though it is clear that Rasulullah has always thought about love to all mankind. It doesn't matter that race or ethnic background, even compassion for those who believe or do not believe. This caring for others, with empathy for anyone. Terror and violence are not effective ways to invite people to the trust. However, with compassion as the implementation of the Rahman and Rahim of Allah. Field data result. The research subjects generally don't know about the multicultural narrative in the Quran. They only know that every Muslim, if he was too good to evil, must practice the teaching of this religion perfectly. If you cannot practice the religion teaching perfectly, you will go to hell. After we can have a multicultural narrative, research subject can understand and capture comparative narrative, namely prioritizing compassion when dealing with difference and diversity in religion understanding, so that it becomes a comparative experience for the subject in dealing with differences and diversity. In theory, cognitive understanding of childhood experiences will enter into long-term memory, and then be stored in the subconscious and can influence children's behavior and attitude in the future. Okay, thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Ibu Aina Amalia. To all participants in our chat book, there is a presence link, so you can write down your name in that link. And now I will read a speaker profile. Associate Professor Aina Amalia MC from Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Ampel, Head of STEM Melawak Nganjuk. And here are the certificates for Ibu Aina Amalia. The first one is for, you're welcome. Your contribution as steering committee and advisory board, and the second is for contribution as a keynote speaker. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, Ibu Aina. Sukses, Ibu Aina. The next speaker will have Ibu Nurmawati MM. Ibu Nurmawati MM is a Vice Rector Universitas 45 Surabaya. Ibu Nurmawati, time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Ninda. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon. My title, my name is Nurmawati, afiliasi Universitas 45 Surabaya. Sudah kelihatan, Bu?
Sudah, Ibu. Tapi belum masuk ke PPT-nya. Oh, baru mau akan diklik. Kalau di layar kami yang tampak begitu, Ibu.
Oh, sudah muncul di sini. Sebentar.
Di sini mungkin belum sinkron.
Sudah, Ibu? Belum?
Belum, Ibu.
Aduh.
Coba keluar lagi mungkin ya. Keluar lagi, kemudian share screen kembali. Keluar dulu saja, Ibu, sepertinya. Atau diklik lagi, Ibu.
Mau diklik ininya. Oke.
Ibu Nurmawati, if you have a difficulty, you can send the file to us. Maybe we can help you to
Share this.
make a
Share in
presentation.
our screen.
Sudah di Pak Iksan ada. Sudah. Bentar.
Oke.
Sudah keluar belum?
Belum, Ibu. Sepertinya Pak Iksan yang akan mengambil alih.
Oke.
Untuk PPT-nya. Oke, silakan Ibu, dilanjutkan. Sambil menunggu PPT.
Bentar. Di sini saya akan berbicara tentang my title, the strategies of delivering online learning in the pandemic time COVID-19. Ini terjadi di Indonesia, khususnya. The world seems second to a student epidemic that has spread to all aspects of life. Human can be said to be social creatures who always gather and interact with one another and cannot live alone and really need the role of other. And then the COVID-19 pandemic has penetrated all aspects of life, even the education sector, which is currently very concerned about the learning process. In that past, all students and students come face to face with the teaching staff. No, this must be done via distance or online, which is better known as online learning. Next, according to the Back and Read online learning is an open and speed learning system using pedagogical tools, educational aids, which are made possible through the internet and network-based technology to facilitate the formation of learning and knowledge process through meaningful action and interaction. Students can still study independently, but for students who still need parental guidance, it will be very difficult if their parents cannot provide instructions, or it could be that parents were out, there is no time to guide their children so that it can make their student lag behind their subject. With current condition, parents are required to be able to get learning and must have a laptop and Android cell phone and also file in data process so that students can participate in distance or online class learning. Even though the data the process get assistance from the government, but it is still because of certain class halls requires more data process. The instruction for learning from home issued by the central government did not run smoothly if many regions carried out online learning easily. This is not the case with underdeveloped or remote areas that have not been reached by electricity and have not even used electronic media. Lectures also to work from home, and are required to be as effective as possible in carrying out their duties and responsibilities. Students and lecturers are required to be responsive to technology. The Minister of Education issued circular number 3 of 2020 concerning the prevention of coronavirus disease COVID-19 in the education unit, which said that school and colleges are closed, Kemendikbud 2020. This was done to break the chain of spreading COVID-19. Instead, learning activities were carried out online for all levels of education, Prativi 2020. Online learning is one of the lessons that has been widely used in higher education to design its publication as regulated in Article 31 of Law Number 20 of 2003 concerning the national education system, namely regarding distance learning, ENCO, and use money 2020. The form of online learning has been using the Google Classroom application, Microsoft Teams, Zoom meeting, and WhatsApp group. Lecturers usually use Zoom meeting if they want to communicate directly with each student, and for using Google Classroom, it is usually only for sending lecture materials, while with WhatsApp in only for communication about lecture information. The success or failure of the learning process is largely determined by the media use, the number of obstacles for students in the cell phone data quota when using Zoom meeting, because many of them complain when they come face to face using Zoom meeting, because the problem is not only the cell phone data quota, but the signal is sometimes intermittent and unstable. Many of them want online learning through Google Classroom because they don't need a lot of cell phone data quota, and the signal can also remain stable. As for the problem of the COVID-19 pandemic, the learning process has many obstacles faced by students, teachers, students and lecturers. Therefore, how can online learning be loved and effective by students in the future can be more effective? And the father of national education once gave strategies about learning so that we are always happy in receiving every lesson. Joy is the main thing in every activity we will do so that we don't tire easily and crush rhythm. Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Okay. Already finished, Ibu?
Yes.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Ibu Nurmawati Nurma. Yeah, I will read the speaker profile. Associate Professor Nurmawati MM as a Vice Rector Universitas 45 Surabaya. She got her bachelor and magister degree on Universitas 45 Surabaya.
Thank you.
And Ibu, here are the certificates dedicated to Ibu Nurmawati Nurma.
Nurmawati saja tanpa Nurma.
Nurmawati Nurma. Oke, Ibu Nurmawati. Untuk daya pembeda Bu ya, Nurmawati.
Ada. Double.
For steering committee and for keynote speakers. Here are the certificates Ibu Nurmawati.
Okay.
Ya, apakah sudah betul kami menulis nama Ibu?
Sudah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Nurmawati,
for
your time and for your presentations. And we are gonna have our next speaker. Is Ibu Lucy Tuni Muharlisiani, MPD, from Universitas Wijaya Kusuma, Surabaya.
Okay.
Ibu Lucy, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Ninda Fatmawati.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I will share my
PPT.
Yeah, just a minute. Pak, I will send to Bu Elo ini. Sebentar, gimana caranya yang nge-share?
Kirim ke Pak Iksan mungkin Ibu?
Sudah tadi ke Bu Elo.
Oh, okay. Let Bu Elo share the slides. Okay.
Pak Iksan ya?
Ya. Silakan dimulai saja Ibu sambil Pak Iksan membetulkan slides-nya.
Oke. Good apa ini? Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Sorry,
yes,
I started in the morning until now. This very took a long time. Okay. Good afternoon, all of the joiners. The subject of my presentation is leading out of adversity, the dimension of transformational leadership as instructional act to face of a global pandemic. In here, hopefully this talk will act as a springboard for discussion. So my outline, just a minute, Bu. Atau saya kirim ke Pak Iksan ya?
Oke, Ibu sudah tampak di layar.
Oh, sudah ya. Oke, thank you. Okay, thank you. My outline is I have 6 points. The one is introduction. The second, problem formulation. The third is discussion. The fourth, instructional transformational leadership. The fifth, impact of COVID-19 in learning process. The sixth, for what the transformational leadership should do as an instructional leaders in pandemic period. Introduction, slide 3. That job that decides the skill required for a good leadership. Overall, schools need the capacity to adjust to the pandemic condition. In particular, teachers should be malleable. The result that education need to have a viable instructional transformational leadership in driving the distance learning suggests the utilization of distance learning projects and open instructive application and stages that can use to reach at the student distantly and limit the interruption of training. In the state of global pandemic coronavirus, the transformational leadership in education was required to accomplish the vision and mission that have been resolved. Slide 4. Meanwhile, in practice, it was discovered that before there is pandemic, all of the students can to talk each other with the teacher. So there is a near to each other. But after there is the pandemic, all of the students do with themselves. So only learning by online distant learning. In slide 5, in pandemic condition, the education industry transition for all of guidance streams with the work from home move venture. So many kinds of platform in here, video referencing platform, for example, so we can teach with Zoom, WebEx, are being utilized intentionally as learning the executive framework like instructional canvas, Blackboard, and Google Classroom. Moreover, they are empowering program atau software, for example, portfolio, a Google Chrome expansion that screen student taking test or exam on the online. Slide 6.
Mohon maaf Ibu Lucy, slide-nya kurang lebar, jadi
kurang lebar, maaf.
Ya, kurang full, jadi ya, oke.
Ya.
Silakan Ibu.
Sorry.
Okay.
Now we continue.
Okay.
Slide. Kok nggak bisa ya, Bu?
Is there any problem? Okay.
Many students experience issues in distant learning since they don't have Android facilities. Thus, at the significant expenses and inaccessibility of internet providers. B. Not all of the teachers can do separate learning atau online learning in full, including the media to utilize distant learning. C. Parents feel uncomfortable seeing the children use gadget continuously. D. For parents who can't stand to purchase internet providers. The exercises conveyed by the instructor through distant learning won't suit the students. Problem formulation now, issue. What do the transformational leadership do as instructional pioneers in effort to forestall the spread of COVID pandemic? In here, discussion, instructional leadership that centers around the learning cycle and has a solid worry for getting the hang of, including the proficient learning by the teacher as indicated by students' improvement. Instructional leadership conduct in improving student learning research can be enriched through his capacity to establish the school vision and mission, organize learning measure, improving learning practices, create a positive learning climate in school. So in here, the role of the principal, good leadership criteria in pandemic COVID-19, we have 4 in here. In table 3, we can look leadership styles and model. We have 3 or 4, but I only talk about transformational leadership. So actually we have 4, but I only cite in transformational leadership. In here, leadership start using AHP criterianya, decide the standard utilizing the analytical hierarchy process, transformational leadership according to Xu 2001 and Lee 2019 criterianya. Sub-criteria we have 4. In here, intellectual stimulation, attention to friction, optimistic, have to more creative. So, transformational leadership in education in the condition pandemic COVID-19 ought to have a significant task to carry out taking all things together, region of the school, and the approach should be distributed and conveyed to all students, associates, and policy makers. The AHP technique can be one of the models to decide the ideal measure and sub-rules. Transformational leadership rule would have authority and concurring current condition. So the impact of COVID of learning process with an online learning framework, the learning interaction can, in any case, happen so it actually exists. Understudies can adapt easily at home, means that the student can adapt easily at home. The teacher only can give better topic, and the transformational leadership can complete their obligation, capacities, and job of instructional leader in school. Now, what else? Impact of COVID and learning process, pandemic with a web-based learning framework, the learning interaction can in any case happen so it actually exists. Students can adapt take place at home, the teacher give better topic, and the transformational leadership can complete their obligation, capacities, and job as an instructional pioneer in school. A. Learning exercises in school are disposed of with are then supplemented by online frameworks. Second, final exams are nullified to save the student from spreading COVID-19. A lot of excitements given to the student resulted in many complaints coming from their parents. So, what else? Oh my God. What as okay, what the principal should do as instructional leader in pandemic period? Oh my God. Ya. Ini kenapa ini?
Kenapa, Ibu?
Planning. Ya, continue, Bu.
Oh, okay. Please escape, maybe.
Iya, lu enggak bisa. Okay, now continue. What do the principal should do as instructional leader in pandemic school? Planning, conveying, synergizing, and working together with the teacher gathering, the principal, consultative meeting, and the school supervisor. Following the allure, guidelines, and strategies of the government or Minister of Education and Culture, Education Office, with commands figuring out how to be done through distance learning. Tidak bisa ya. Oh, sorry. Motivating teacher when offering tasks to their students according to the subject and schedules that have been made. Giving help the students who can't get web access so things can be done and the learning process can reach the student. What else? What the principal should do? Associating with parents and students about how to manage the coronavirus, utilizing material that is proper the age of the student. Transformational leadership to monitor and access the learning cycle for additional direction. Slide 16, slide 15, managing distance learning framework, utilizing application, virtual learning, e-learning, with Edmodo. So if we teach with Edmodo, we can use both like blended learning. So we can use with off and on. Zoom, Google Classroom, Google Meet, Google Hangout, WhatsApp group, and Rumah Belajar can be do both. Slide 16, give help to the internet provider for the teachers whose funding is borne by the school. The transformational leadership requirement to keep a nearby correspondent relationship with the teacher during the implementation of distance learning process that happen in their home. So the last slide means that offering distance learning system using application means that we know that from the Google, we can adopt many applications to teach the student with distance learning. So, thank you for your kind attention to join my presentation. Starting from today, how about we teach our students well? We may not see the future yet, they will. Also, our responsibility is to assist them with the asking or the taking care of that future. Thank you. I will go back to Ibu Meninda. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Ibu Lucy. It's so great. The presentation is so great. And here are the profile. Associate Professor Lucy Tunik Muharlisiani, Universitas Wijaya Kusuma, Surabaya. And this is your certificate. Associate Professor.
Okay, thank you.
Ibu Lucy Tunik. We are still waiting, Ibu Lucy.
Yeah, what for?
For your certificate.
Okay, I will wait. You know that I start from in the morning, but I present in the last.
Wow. Nice to see your spirit.
Okay.
Associate Professor Widi. No, Ibu Lucy.
Enggak apa-apa dong.
Ibu Lucy. Okay, we are still waiting. Ibu Lucy. This is our interface in YouTube.
Oh.
Iwayani, no. Okay. Panitia, we are still waiting.
Never mind, Bu Nindya, but I have received and not I will look forward to the Naro.
It's okay, Ibu, because this is one of our privilege to speak her. So just wait. And you will see your name. Just read it and tell us that we already spell your name correctly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, there's a technical issues here.
Okay.
I will share the certificate for you, Ibu Lucy.
Okay, thank you, Bella. Yes.
Sorry, yeah, we have a technical problem here.
In the morning until now, I still get it.
Don't worry, we still have your certificate here.
Okay, thank you, Bella.
Yes.
Thank you, Bu Lucy.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Beninda. Yes. Your spirit.
Ya, luar biasa. Kami harus belajar dari Ibu sepertinya. Baik. Kita menginjak ke our last speakers for this session, and after
ini Associate Bu Lucy. Oh, sorry.
Ya, okay. Sambil menunggu, Bu Elok lebih baik ditutup karena chatnya terbaca semua. Oke. Bagaimana Bu Elok? Apakah akan kita tampilkan atau nanti saja? Sepertinya nanti saja. Nggak apa-apa ya, Ibu?
Oh, nggak apa-apa. Yes, thank you.
Terima kasih banyak, Ibu, atas pengertiannya. And the last speaker on this session is Ibu Lila Puji Lestari, MSI. Ibu Lila is Director Community and Engagement, LPPM Pumaha. Okay, Ibu Lila, time is yours. Ibu Lila, we cannot we cannot hear your voice. Still muted, I think. So, Ibu Lila, please unmute your microphone.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Clear my voice, Miss Ninda?
Yeah, we can hear so clear.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassirli amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. The Honorable President of ADRI, Dr. Haji Ahmad Fatoni Rodli, we respect the Chairman of the International Conference Committee, the Chairman of ADRI Jatim, Ibu Dr. Metiana Indrasari, speaker and other participants. Introduce myself. My name is Lila Puji Lestari, a Director of Community and Service, LPPM, University Ma'arif Hasim Latif Sidoarjo. Thank you for the time given by Ibu Ninda as the last speaker. May we all always be healthy in the protection of good. All right, I will present my slide with the title, Family Food Security Pattern to Increase Body Immunity During the Pandemic COVID-19. Okay, the title is about family food security pattern to increase body immunity during the pandemic COVID-19. Next. Outline, one is legal business, two is introduction, and three, a goal for implementation of food security pattern at the family, and number 5 is conclusion. Legal business, the one is law number 18 of 2012 on food, and two, a government regulation number 17 of 2015 on food security and nutrition, and the three, instruction of the Minister of Fire number 2 of 2020 of maintaining national body security during the pandemic COVID-19 emergency response. Introduction. Food and nutrition play an important role in effort to prevent the transmission of COVID-19 in the community. This is because food and nutrition are considered to be able to increase immunity. However, during the pandemic, increase the risk of decreasing the economic capability of the family to be a challenger of this own that can lead to food insecurity. In the midst of the COVID-19 outbreak, food availability is constrained by limited food choice in the market, reduced mobile vegetable works, and the number of street food stalls that are closed. When mild food assistance can only occur if households have a sufficient income, COVID-19 causes a people's income to drop drastically and will interfere with food access. Effort to buy family food security one of which can be done by utilizing available resources, one of which is the utilization of yard land. Food security is important. Must start from the smallest informant, that is family or resident. Food is the most basic need for human being. Food fulfillment effort are made in low number 18 of 2012. Food security is defined as food fulfillment condition for the country up to individual, namely reflected in the availability of adequate food, both in quantity and quality, safe, diverse, nutritious, equitable, and affordable, and not contrary to the religion, beliefs, and culture of the community, to be able to live healthy, active, and productive in a sustainable manner. Instruction of the Minister of Home Affairs number 2 of 2020 on maintaining food security during the coronavirus emergency responses 19. The 5-point optimized the program of agricultural activities, namely community food plan, sustainable yard improvement, and development of community food business. They are fostered in order to anticipate the food need of the community in their respective region. One, achieving family food security. 2, finding family food security pattern during the pandemic. 3, finding community improvement strategy at the family level to achieve food security. Background. Impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, people are trying to use local food to strengthen food security. Strengthening food security by optimizing local resources. Local foods such as cassava, sweet potato, porang, sagu, gembili, arrowroot, saber, and rhizome plants such as temulawak, turmeric, ginger, cinnamon, lemongrass, sambiloto as a traditional herbal medicine to maintain health, improve the body or immunity. Local foodstuff. Cassava is a manihot esculenta. Ubi jalar, a sweet potato, or Pomoya patatas. Shukun, Artocarpus altilis. Ganyong, Caeni discolor, and sago, umbigarot, rawroot saber, talas, Colocasia esculenta, suwok amorphopalus, Paenonifilius, gadung, Discorea hispicida, and gembili, Discorea esculenta. The name of the Jawa is empon-empon, and the English is a rhizoma plant. The example is Jae or Zingiber officinale. Contain anti-cholesterol, anti-thrombotic, anti-inflammatory, anti-diabetic, analgesic, antipyretic, antioxidant, and immunomodulator. And then kunyit, curcuma domestica val, and then temulawak, curcuma santoriza, and kayu stang, Caesalpinia sapan, and then temu giring, curcuma hyaenea, and sambiloto androcarpus paniculata. Sustainable food yard improvement at the family level. Look at the picture, it's a seed garden. Of the program is improving the quality of composition and food safety. Activities, development of yard utilization, and introduction of B2SR food consumption diverse, nutrient balanced, and safe. Component development of seed garden, development of plot, development of yards such as a hydroponic, cultivation of fish and plant in bucket, and then post-harvest. Optimization of the utilization of residential yard land. Understanding is an effort to use the yard for the cultivation of various food commodities that are diverse, nutrition, balanced, and safe. Effort that can be made to make use of the yard, conventional cultivation, using the soil as a planting medium for vegetables, fruit, and other carbohydrate sources crop. And then aquaponic, cultivation of plant and cultivation of fish, catfish is one container such as pudik damber, catfish, and kangkung. And then hydroponic and planting type pattern. The food system in the era COVID-19 pandemic crisis. The first, as a consumer, are looking to protect themselves and their immune system by adopting healthy diet. The availability of bioactive ingredient of food and functional food by become critical as the demand for this product might increase. And the second, food safety as a significant issue in order to avoid the spreading of the virus between producer, retailer, and consumer. And the third, food security issue have emerged due to the lockdown of billion people inside their house. And then sustainable of the food system in the new era. And then conclusion, one, food security can be established by food availability depending on the amount of food consumed, stable food supply, and public accessibility to often basic foodstuff. And then two, limited use of yard land can be done for the cultivation of local food crop and herbal medicinal plant or rhizomas that have bioactive compound to increase body immunity. And then a limited yard land utilization is very profitable with hydroponic and aquaponic method. Thank you. I'm sorry if I have any mistake, and back to Miss Ninda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Lila Puji.
Wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Actually, I agree with you, Bu Lila and Bu Lucy. Pandemic COVID-19 revealed anything. Because of pandemic COVID-19, we already know our herbal food, herbal drink, better than before. And because of pandemic COVID-19, we already know our quality of education before pandemic. And I'm sure katanya begitu ya, semua kejadian pasti ada alasannya. Semoga ini demi kemajuan bangsa kita tercinta. Oke, Ibu Lila Puji Lestari, Director Community and Engagement, LPPM Universitas Ma'arif Hashim Latif Sidoarjo. Betul Ibu?
Yes, this is true, Miss Linda.
Okay, we are waiting for the certificates.
Thank you.
This is your certificates. This certificate is proudly presented to Lila Puji Lestari MSc as a keynote speaker for this session. And this is for a steering committee and advisory board for this session. Thank you so much, Bu Lila.
Thank you, Miss Linda. Good luck for a participant community and greeting for University Narutama Surabaya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And for all participants, we already have one more speakers. Bapak Dr. Muhammad Ihsan Setiawan from Narotama University as Vice Rector of Narotama University. Bapak Ihsan, are you ready to give a presentation to us? Okay. And after Bapak Ihsan Setiawan, we will have a break in Isoma until 4 p.m. Okay, Bapak Dr. Ihsan Setiawan, are you ready to give us a presentation?
Okay, Ibu Nida, wait.
Okay. And after break Isoma at 4 p.m., we are gonna have Prof. Dani from UK. Okay. Bapak Dr. Ihsan Setiawan, the time is yours.
Okay. I start my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, everybody, every participant and keynote speakers. I want to share a discussion about the COVID-19. COVID-19 sustainable mobility recovery for the world airports. Yeah. So this is one of my grant of Ministry of Research years 2020, penelitian desentralisasi, penelitian terapan unggulan perguruan tinggi dari Kementerian Dikbud Dirjen Dikti. Okay, first we talk about the industry of aviation. This is a report from the Global Airport Service Industry. They have prediction in 2023 will be worth of more than 200 billion. So that's more than lebih dari 20.000 triliun itu adalah revenue dari industri penerbangan di seluruh dunia. Ini adalah the condition before COVID-19. And airport construction expansion is growing at a rate of 5 to 10%. Jadi ada project di bidang airport, baik itu construction maupun perluasan airport yang setiap tahunnya ada pertumbuhan hingga 10%. Dan di tahun 2037, all passenger in the global will be 8 billion atau 8 miliar passenger di seluruh dunia pada tahun 2037. That's before COVID-19. And now we here in the COVID-19 condition. So this is data in last 24 hours. USA is #1 for the cases newly report in 24 hours is more than 80,000 in one day. Yeah. How about Indonesia? Indonesia is #6
In case newly report in last 24 hours is more than 8,000 in 1 day cases. Yeah. But in totally Indonesia is 1 million, yeah, more than 1 million cumulative cases. So we have some lockdown regulation, especially in Java and Bali. So they are totally closed for the lecturing activity and totally closed for the social and education, social and culture activity. But for business, like for the construction activity and for the, we call it by sembako, yeah, activity we can do in normal condition, For office, 75% is closed. For shopping is 75% activity is limited. So based on the ACI, Airport Council International Advisory Bulletin, they make some prediction about the impact of COVID-19 on the airport business. Yeah. Under the baseline scenario, recover to 2019 level is 2023, second half, we call it by the second semester of 2023. Ya. Jadi kondisi penerbangan dunia setelah COVID baru akan pulih pada tahun 2023 pada semester kedua. How about the domestic passenger traffic is expected to recover in 2023 too, ya. So untuk jalan penerbangan passenger internasional cukup lama akan terjadi recovery. And condition about the getting back to 2019 levels only in 2024. Semakin lama dia kembali pada kondisi normal yaitu tahun 2024. So this is the short-term global passenger traffic projection. The analysis in the four conditions: pessimistic, optimistic, baseline, and historical data. Our baseline is 2019. Then the passenger global is dropped 16%. Yeah? So they dropped from the normal condition in 2019 about 60%. The condition will be normally in 2024. But in the baseline on the pessimistic condition, how about the optimistic condition will be in 2023. The condition is same as the 2019. So how about the long-term global passenger traffic evolution until 2040? So the condition pre-COVID-19 business as usual passenger forecast will be recovered about the 2023 for domestic and the 2024 for international. So this is conditions of the industry in the airline. Because the COVID-19 have one condition is you must have the Anda harus menjaga jarak dengan orang lain sehingga itu berdampak pada bisnis perjalanan udara. How about the condition, the number of flight track in 3 years, yeah? 2019, 2020, and 2021. The condition is now in February 2021 is under the condition of the flight track in 2019 and 2020. Yeah. So, but this is the condition of 2021 is same as the condition from July to January 2020. So I think this is the normal condition atau new normal condition for flight track based on flight radar data in the new normal condition after COVID-19. How about the commercial flight? Commercial flights is we are using flight for the passenger, like we usually go everywhere using the airplane. So condition same as to from August to January 2020 and from January to February 2021. So this is the new normal condition. This is a hard condition for the airplane industry. So we check the condition in Indonesia nowadays. Capacity in Indonesia has bounced back after a reduction last week and now edging closer to replacing Japan in fourth position. Jadi untuk penerbangan transportasi di Indonesia saat ini dengan kondisi new normal malah bisa naik menjadi posisi keempat menggantikan Jepang ya, karena hampir seluruh dunia menerapkan lockdown yang cukup ketat. Both the UAE and France could see further capacity cuts this week as a result of recent change in travel restriction at the end of last week, and Germany could also be affected given the volume of capacity that the country has with both the UAE and France. Global capacity really can suffer a domino effect once one market changes. So this is the second wave of COVID-19. The travel, jadi pembatasan travel mulai semakin ditingkatkan dengan adanya kondisi COVID-19 gelombang kedua, di mana di Emirates, di Prancis, dan di Germany mulai penerapan lockdown tahap kedua. So how about the condition of Indonesia in passenger and the schedule capacity and countries market? In Indonesia, in February, we have schedule capacity in more almost 2 million, ya, almost 2 million, hampir mencapai 2 juta passenger untuk domestik. Indonesia memang sangat kuat dalam penerbangan transportasi udara di tingkat domestik. Seats by country, top 10 domestic market, Indonesia pada posisi kelima, but after COVID-19 in 2021 we can remove of Japan, so now Indonesia is number 4 in the world. So this is the base of domestic route and international route by region. So we can see how about the Indonesia condition. In the domestic route in February 2021, we can see that the Jakarta to Kuala Namu have the more almost 400,000 seats, and for the international routes by region, we can see that Jakarta to Changi almost 60,000, ya, 60,000 seats, ya. Jadi di sini bisa terlihat bahwa yang dominan pada penerbangan domestik adalah saat ini untuk perjalanan dengan transportasi udara adalah Jakarta ke Medan dan Jakarta ke Makassar. Sedangkan dari Surabaya ke Jakarta, we can see that the number of the seats not in 10 domestic routes, ya. Dalam arti bahwa dengan adanya lockdown di Jawa Bali berdampak pada penurunan dari seat untuk penerbangan udara antara Jakarta dan Surabaya. So how about the international routes? So Singapura masih menjadi favorit para pelancong dari Jakarta, utamanya hampir mencapai 60.000 seats pada Februari pada 1 bulan. So tentu seats yang ke Singapura yang didominan oleh untuk perjalanan untuk kesehatan, healthy, dan juga untuk shopping. So how about the next industry or business in the airport in Indonesia? So we will see that the Indonesia airport condition, this is the island of Indonesia and the airport of Indonesia. So in above we can see the figure of the Soekarno-Hatta Airport. The number of scheduled flight and track flight is decreased almost 50%, but it is better than the other country. So the number 2 is Juanda. Juanda is not not in better condition than Jakarta or Soekarno-Hatta Airport. Juanda Airport is above the 50 track schedule in January to February 2021. So then, how about the Makassar, or we can call it by Ujung Mandang Airport? The track flight is better than Surabaya. So I think Surabaya is now is not the number 2 airport in Indonesia. So in this new normal condition, Makassar is above of the Juanda Airport. So what will happen to the next year? We will focusing about the strategy of the airline industry and the airport industry. First, they will have the stricted strategy about the health conditions, and for the financials, this is the example of Australian Airline is planning to implement further restructuring measure is response to lower than predict travel demand. Ada restrukturisasi pada perusahaan-perusahaan penerbangan supaya mereka bisa bertahan hidup pada kondisi COVID-19. How about the other? Like the Korean Air is taking steps to launch its own international sightseeing flight without landing. Yeah, we are taking necessary steps to operate charter flight, and the sales dates are under discussion. So Korea menerapkan strategi di mana penerbangan tanpa ada tujuan, jadi mereka akan membuat flight to nowhere yang akan menjadi bagian dari strategi supaya ada peningkatan jumlah penumpang udara. Okay. Nah, this is important. How about the response of the airlines industry? How to grow out their passenger, but they can handle the health of the passenger. So strategy is number 1, using IATA travel pass, we call it by the digital health passport. Ya. Jadi nanti ke depan akan ada yang dinamakan dengan digital health passport, di mana tidak hanya berupa digital berupa paspor asal negara, tapi juga akan ada tracking terkait dengan kondisi kesehatan daripada penumpang. So other Japan Airlines offering service to cover the expense of its international passenger for their test, treatment, quarantine if they have become affected with COVID-19 while overseas. Japan Airlines dia mengambil strategi adalah untuk penumpang internasional akan mereka beri free, ya, free untuk testing terkait dengan COVID, perawatan COVID, dan juga karantina COVID apabila mereka terkena COVID-19 selama dalam perjalanan. So itu tadi ada beberapa strategi dari perusahaan-perusahaan dunia, perusahaan-perusahaan airlines di dunia, bagaimana mereka berupaya bertahan secara ekonomi untuk meningkatkan jumlah passenger. So what next Indonesia? How about the Indonesia? ACA and MAD celebrate the world-based airport as recovery continue. Beberapa airport di Indonesia mendapatkan penghargaan yang cukup prestisius dari Airports Council International pada kondisi COVID, ya. Contohnya adalah Pangkal Pinang Airport, Bintan, Tapanuli, serta beberapa airport lainnya. They dominate the award in Asia Pacific area. What about the condition of first, we can see that a lot of airline is not fly. Ya. Jadi industri penerbangan, contohnya adalah pesawat Garuda banyak yang nganggur. So they have they need from stimulus or help from the government about the not growing condition in flight industry. Ya. Komisi 5 meminta kementerian memberikan stimulus, we call it by stimulus industri penerbangan. Yes, they can subsidize for the flight or for the airline industry. So other strategy is they have negotiate, yeah. They have been negotiate is a example of the Garuda. They negotiate for the rent of the Bombardier airline, ya. Jadi antara lain juga melakukan negosiasi untuk mengakhiri ya, kontrak dengan beberapa penyedia jasa penerbangan. Contohnya adalah Garuda yang menyewa pesawat Bombardier yang akan dihentikan kontraknya karena tidak ada penerbangan. The other is like this. This is the February. We now we call it not only for Imlek. February is month of love. Yeah, we know by this month. A lot of voucher from Garuda like this sample. They give free priority service, free hotel, free shopping, free pemotretan, we call it for the Instagram mobile condition. So I think that's for our presentations. I think a lot of you is missing to go to airport like this. I follow my heart and it usually leads me to the airport. Yeah. Thank you very much, Ibu Ninda and Ibu Elet. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Iksan, Dr. Iksan Muhammad Ihsan Setiawan. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is the speaker's profile. Bapak Dr. Muhammad Ihsan Setiawan, Vice Rector Narotama University, Chairman of First ADRI JATIM World Conference. And here are the certificates. Yeah. Okay. This is the certificates to Dr. Muhammad Ihsan Setiawan for contribution as steering committee and advisory board, and also certificate for keynote speaker contributions. Thank you so much to Bapak Dr. M. Ihsan Setiawan. And to all participants, we are gonna have a break isoma start from now, and at 4 p.m. We will continue to third session. We will have Associate Professor Bapak Dani Hermanto from the Montfort University, Leicester, UK, and Professor Dr. Hadi Susanto from University of Essex, UK, Khalifa University, UEA. Okay, start from now. Let's break and see you at 4 p.m. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to save.
Good grammar and spelling are important, but if you want to write essays that inspire, messages that forge brighter connections,
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We are back to the third session. To all participants, we are inviting you again to see the presentation delivered by our next speakers. Okay. We are still here on first ADRI Jatim World Conference. And for the next speaker, we'll have Associate Professor Denny Harmanto from the Montfort University, Leicester, UK. Prof. Denny Harmanto, are you here with us? Oh yeah, okay, I can see you. So please welcome Associate Professor Denny Harmanto. Prof. Denny, the time is yours. Prof, your microphone is still muted. Please unmute your mic because we can hear your voice.
I know.
Okay.
You haven't turned me on. That's all. Now somebody have done it. That is good.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You mute me. So.
Oh okay. Sorry. Okay. So, please.
Thank you, everyone. And assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, or is it good afternoon? I'm sharing my screen now. I hope that will be okay. There we go. Right, I'm talking about the green energy, with this at this moment. It's very critical in Indonesia, as we are doing a lot of EV, electrical vehicle. So that is part of green energy. So I just want to talk to approximately about 20-30 minutes, or maybe less, to make sure that everybody know what the green energy are, or probably you already are. So where is the Montfort is, and the author, I get rid of the student in the UK is not interested anymore. Well, Indonesia, energy and type of green energy. So the Montfort is in the middle of the UK, so as you can see there. It was developed under 1872 and then become university in 1992. Currently, we have 26,000 students and 26,000 staff, and still increasing the staff. So the student ratio between the staff and student hopefully will be less than 10. So 10 students will be for one lecture, basically, and it is actually better. So what is the energy currently? So we're looking at the energy look like that. And we transfer it through that. So what is the source of our energy in Indonesia currently? So we have a coal, we have a nuclear at this moment, we're still working on that. We have a hydro, which is mostly, so these two is mostly that we use, and in Kalimantan we use on oil. So only one is not actually done, but in the world, this is most of the current energy that used to get the electricity out. And we would like to have a renewable energy. So we actually want to have a green earth with this from the wave energy, from geothermal energy, tidal energy, and then you got biomass, as well as solar energy, and also you will have the wind energy. Now, some of this one already be implemented in Indonesia, and I think if you are interested of joining the MU research, we are trying to find a partner in Indonesia to apply for a few million pounds for the Indonesia Ketereka. If anybody heard about that, that is one of them is biomass energy, and we try to find any university that willing to do biomass energy, which is quite good actually. So this is what we're supposed to have, or we're supposed to look every time that we're looking at the project, is the 17 Sustainable Development Goals from the UN. Without this, we are actually just not helping the world try to improve the people and also the planet as well. So for example, You will have affordable clean energy with this based on the renewable energy. From that, you will actually, hopefully, you will actually get rid of the climate action, and that will actually make the economy growth, will have a zero hunger, and will be no poverty. Okay, and also it will increase the quality of the education. So that is few of the sustainable goals that's supposed to have every single project that we do. Now, energy poverty, this is what we try to have in majority of the project for the student. If there is no balance on electricity distribution between the city and the village, so this one is looking at the third world country. And the cost of electricity needs to be lower. Sustainable and reliable source of electricity, it has to be done, because in Indonesia, sometimes you have on, sometimes you off, and the cost is so high. And it's very difficult for the medium level people to pay, and the lowest or the poverty one is just almost impossible sometimes if you're not working. And then hopefully if you have more sustainable electricity, it will create more production in terms of produce and product. It improves the health and education. Therefore, it will increase economy and also the social welfare. That will impact on GDP of the province. So each province will have their own station. And because of that, electricity is throughout. There is no on and off. So everybody have electricity, then hopefully everybody will be happier. Everybody, hopefully, I say. Now, we actually looking at the brainstorming, but I think I will skip that because it will take hours and hours to talk about brainstorming on how you actually going to tackle, or how we're going to tackle electricity in Indonesia or any other country, in third world country. Is on the developed country, the electricity is throughout. You can actually use as much as you want it to be, as long as you're willing to pay. Okay. There is no like in Indonesia, you got 1,500 watts, 3,000 in the UK. We don't have that. We have a full capacity. So it's quite nice. Right, let's see, this is Indonesia, our lovely country and beautiful country as well. But I'll try to concentrate on some of the part in Java only, how we actually going to make a lot more energy in there. So first thing, we have a energy source with is water. So we have Laut Selatan, we also have river, and also have Laut Utara. Now, if you look at this one is have a lot of more wind, also with a very big wave. This one is much easier wind, so it's not that strong wind. But then the water is so calm. And then the river is constant river, and they are, most of them are big river, but it's very narrow, not deep enough. An example. So how we actually going to use this rather than you put the dam and then you put the electricity? So there is an innovative way of doing that. For example, on the Laut Selatan, east or central Java, you can actually put what we call the tidal wave, and that will actually generate a lot of energy. One of them is look like a snake with its head and the body will actually moving around. Or you can use a piston type, which is going up and down depending on the wave, and that will also generate a lot of that electricity required, for example, for each province in Java. Now, this is one of them. I'm not going to play the video. I'm just going to skip that. Now, if you look at the river itself, for example, you can actually have several types of this. And at this moment, the Montfort is developing one of them for the river, for Indonesia, or for the Africa and India as well. That we actually try to get one of them So each city will have their own generator, and it actually keep moving around throughout the year. As long as there is water on it, then it will keep moving. Even if the water is very, it's not deep enough, it will still move and generate electricity as well. So that is, now the second one that Indonesia can have is what we call the wind turbine. So either you can have a horizontal wind turbine, or you can have a vertical wind turbine. I think this is one actually has been done in Sulawesi, but it doesn't work. It doesn't generate any what you call it, electricity yet, because it stopped. I think there is somebody make mistake somewhere of calculating the wind, and this one doesn't rotate at all. Even with the, or somebody forgot to unbrake the turbine. And so what is inside them? But before you go there, what you need to do is you have to do the simulation to make sure that it actually works and produce the power that require or that desire by you. So we've done this one a lot at undergraduate level to find out how much the flow behind the wind turbine, and also looking at the tip of the wind turbine, see whether they are actually okay, and so on. Now, if you imagine if on the on the North Sea of Java, we can actually put something like this because the wind is so calm and the sea is not deep. So we can actually put a lot of them, look like that. It is quite good, and it will generate a lot of energy. So for example, in East Java, for example, we can put it after Madura Island, for example, and also above the Lamongan. That will actually quite good to have it. And in the South Sea, you can actually have something like this. For example, near to Pacitan, for example, or Yogyakarta, then you can actually have much larger one and then spread over. And then you combine with the tidal wave. That will actually generate more energy for the people. So this is some of the wind turbine that you can do. And also, if you look at the number of highway that has been produced by the president of Jokowi, and it's number of cars now traveling around, and also in the town, for example, you can actually put the wind turbine for that, just only for the road. So you don't have to depend on the electricity anymore, but you can actually create, on the top of that, you can put a solar panel, tiny one, for the day, just to increase more capacity for it. And also you can actually put this wind turbine that wrap around it, and it looks, and you can put as a illuminate, so that make it beautiful for the city itself as a light. Yes. And in the highway, you can actually put something like this, because when we're driving around 100 kilometers an hour in highway Indonesia, then if you make this one a bit near to that one, and then it will actually keep rotating. So one is going this way, one going that way, that will actually rotate. However, there is the advantage of this is when there is somebody crash, because this one rotating so high or so fast, and anything that rotate, if you crash it, then it will actually move around somewhere and it will make the crash. So you have to think about the materials. When it actually fell off, it will break, so it doesn't actually damage other people. So they have to think about that, but it's a good idea, for example, to increase the capacity for that. So the highway doesn't depending on the pure electricity from the PLN, but you can actually generate your own energy. Now, if you are stay at home, this is some of the, in the UK, they sell this actually. It's approximately about 4 million rupiah, and it's complete set. So you got the wind turbine, you got the converter, and also you got the lithium batteries on it as well. So this is lithium batteries, it's not normal batteries. So you actually rotate this one, and it actually will generate about 8,000 watts at a very low, about 2.1 meter per second. So the rotation is quite good. And then you can actually put it into the batteries, and some people also put solar batteries on it to increase more capacity to charge more on the batteries. So this is quite good, because if you change this bit, inverter and user, then you will actually do. And this actually can be implemented in Surabaya, for example. There's a lot of wind around it, and you can actually save more money. And students also can make the project like this as well. How do you actually make it so compact, like in the Tesla home? So the next one in Indonesia is very famous of a very hot country. So solar energy is electricity. So we can actually make like this, but not many places actually have an empty land. Indonesia is better to use it for houses, or for hotel, or for anything else other than doing this. But this is some of the, in the US, they're doing it like this in an empty area to generate a lot of electricity. And this is what is a home look like if you want to do it yourself. And in the UK, you can buy every single one of them separately, and you can make your own. And this is in Africa, this is what they done. So it's very simple way of doing things on that. Now, checking my time. I still got plenty of time, so it's okay. And the solar home, is it 20 minutes? I forgot, yes. Home solar energy to grid. Now, this is what the proposal from the UK. So the new home, a brand new home, the one developed by the real estate in Indonesia, named real estate, but in here we call it developer. They actually have to have this solar panel. Not that one. This is for the hot water, by the way. This one is actually for the electricity. So this one is actually generate, and most of the new houses is one part of the house will be covered by solar panel, and that it become a must have. So they cannot say no, so they have to have it. It will become energy efficient. What it means is, when they actually have this, there are two ways of they actually going to have. First one is actually going into a charge controller, charge the batteries, and then it will go inside the solar inverter. So there is two things. One, charging the battery when it's full, goes straight into this. The reason for this is actually going to split into two. One, it will go into the lights without any meters. So the meter will be zero to use it on your own home. And then the rest of them, it will be sell. It's going to sell that one automatically to the energy company. So in Indonesia, look like PLN. So they actually producing electricity for the country. In Indonesia, we have depending on PLN. In the UK, now most of the new houses, because it's got a lot of new houses, they are actually supplying the electricity left from their house into the main grid or national grid. And that is what we're actually looking for. And it's become sustainable, because in the night, for example, if they need more electricity, for example, and the batteries almost ran out, then this one will actually supply back, but it will have a cost. So it will be, there is a balance between you pay for and you selling for. So you still have a profit, apparently, according to some people that I'm talking to. But Indonesia has been pointed by the UN. There is a research that has been conducted by the UN. And apparently, if you look at this map, Indonesia as a photovoltaic power potential is actually, there are a number of them, which is around here. You can actually think about one, the 38, but we're looking at the 4.2 on the daily. This will be actually more constant. If you look at this one, it's actually concentrate on East Java a lot, and also some of the Sulawesi and Nusa Tenggara Barat, and also some near to the Nusa Tenggara Timur as well. And Bali doesn't actually count it. but then we concentrate a lot between the majority on the north of East Java and tiny bit on the north of Semarang. And that has been actually been done by the World Bank Group because the UN actually put the funding on to find where is the photovoltaic power potential in Indonesia, and we find out that is in East Java. So it's near to Lamongan and so on. That will be good if the government or governor actually looking for pure energy. Now, if we actually looking in more details, although the green one actually good because you actually have an A, but the best one is actually the middle one, which is the B, because you don't have, you actually have easy access on that. And this bit, but this one we still have a lot of jungle around it, and it's very difficult to transport a lot of things. But if this one actually become empty and infrastructure is good, then it will be good to do it on this one. But we concentrate, and also the north of Jakarta and West Java also very good on that. Now, if you compare the whole world, apparently this is according to the UN, the best country in the world to have the PV power potential is Indonesia, because they are not too hot and they are not too cold. They are actually on here. Where the other country, they are so hot, they actually will sometimes you have to think, but for PV, when you put solar panel, if it's too hot, it's actually doesn't work at all. It's just making it worse. Okay, and I think that will be it almost. And if you look here, there is a lot of city has been done by the UN where they are, and Surabaya is one of them. So this is my lovely city. And then Manado, Jayapura, Pontianak, Jakarta, and Jakarta is impossible to do it with too many people inside that. But if actually they can put it in the house, Anies Baswedan, for example, have the policy to put solar panel, for example, and then it will generate electricity, that will be great. Okay, so this is some of the potential that actually I can read this one from the UN. So Indonesia has a good potential for development of solar power generation, predominantly in southern part of countries. A lot of population in the country still lack of access to electricity. Medium or small installation are feasible in small and remote communities of great mini grids across the country. But the problem is we got monsoon season will impact on decreasing the amount of solar radiation in the southern and coastal region from June to September. So June and September, we actually lost some of the electricity, but not completely all, but it's just tiny bit of it. The microclimate factors should be considered. So this is some of the UN SWOT analysis has been done for us. So everybody can actually look at the data openly. And it's actually quite good because we actually have at the bottom here, positive attitude to renewable energy. Like the president already said, he's going to make the biggest PV in a lake. So, and we still hungry for electricity compared, because not many people enjoy the luxury of electricity. And if we combine between the number of energy sources, which is usually our use of hydro, and hydro can be several things. You got have a dam, you can also have a river, and so on. Then that will actually work. I think the last one is just to have a look at this. It's a Tesla, and at this moment, this is work quite nicely. So this is one of my students now developing the simpler version of this, and look like that later on, or like this, and making from the plastic, recyclable plastic of bottle plastic for Africa, that we are concentrated in Africa at this moment to help people to generate more electricity. And this is from Tesla that we actually take the idea from, and we actually look like that to connect it into the rail, and the rail will go down into a big batteries, and then the batteries will actually not like a small battery, but we actually put it on the wall. And it will save approximately about 18 hours a day for the charging. I think that will be it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Prof. Denny. Okay, and I am waiting for Prof. Denny's profile. Okay. We are still waiting. Okay. Professor Danny Harmanto, the Montfort University, Leicester, UK. And here are the certificates, Prof. Actually, you can ask so many questions. Just write on our chat box, and I will tolong panitia ininya mic-nya Prof. Dani sepertinya di mute, please unmute. Sorry, Prof.
Kok di mute?
I don't know.
Caranya gimana?
Prof. Dani said his mic is mute. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Prof. Dani.
I can stick it in.
Sorry, Prof. Dani. Okay. Actually, we are waiting for your certificates. But Prof. Dani, do you know that in Indonesia, in our media, many days ago, our government tells us that Indonesia will have lack of electricity source. I don't know. Have you heard about that?
Yes, the President Jokowi actually going to make the biggest solar panel in the Southeast Asia, but it's still only just a plan. We haven't done it yet.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm.
Okay. Government said that the lack of electricity is because we run out our coal. I don't know.
Yes, it will be, because that is the UN. We have to get rid of all of the coal of the electricity. So electricity is not allowed to be generated by coal in 2020 or 2035.
Yeah.
But Indonesia is already prepared, hopefully, I think.
Hopefully, okay. But Indonesia still give our coal to other countries. So yeah, we just hope that one day our government do realize their plan.
Yes.
Well, Prof. Danny, we are waiting for the question from participants.
No questions.
And we are waiting for certificates for Prof. Danny. Prof. Danny.
Yeah, we're going to see each other again on Sunday.
Yeah. I just want to say that. Yeah. We finally know that we are from the same school.
That is good, actually.
See you on Sunday. I will ask some more.
It's okay, thank you. Oh, what is my signature?
Yeah. This is your certificates.
Okay.
Is there your signature there?
Where?
No.
There's no my signature. It's good.
Okay, this is for your contribution as steering committee and advisory board. Thank you so much. And the second is...
Okay, I'll see you on Sunday.
Yeah, Prof. Danny. I will see you on Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay. You have promised me when you came to Narusama University. So I will remind on Sunday.
Yeah.
Not now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye now.
Oh, and please, if there are any questions for Prof. Dani, you can write on our chat box. And the last one, the last speaker is Professor Dr. Hadi Susanto from University of Sussex, UK, Khalifa University, UEA. Please welcome Professor Dr. Hadi Susanto. Time is yours. Panitia, tolong masih di mute sepertinya mikrofonnya. Prof. Hadi, please wait because we can hear your voice. Panitia.
Sudah.
Oh, okay. Please, Prof.
Nggih. Boleh minta izin presentasi dalam bahasa Indonesia mawon nggih?
Oh, boleh, monggo, Prof.
Nggih.
Monggo. Kami akan sangat senang sekali mendengarnya. Monggo.
Nggih, saya share screen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pertama saya menyampaikan terima kasih kepada panitia, ada Prof. Iksan nih, Pak Bos Iksan yang sudah mengundang saya kembali untuk bisa bergabung di acara yang dikomandani para dosen Narotama. Ini senang juga bisa bertemu dengan Pak Bos Dani. Lama agak ketemu nih. Jadi insya Allah ini akan saya presentasikan karena saya tidak punya presentasi menarik yang bisa langsung beraplikasi ke masyarakat seperti yang disampaikan tadi Pak Bos Dani. Jadi mudah-mudahan ini cukup menghibur sebagai pembicara terakhir sebelum kembali ke sesi serius di sesi paralel. Jadi saya mengambil topiknya tentang Scopus dan jurnal predator dan alamat palsu. Kenapa pakai alamat palsu? Karena takutnya nanti kalau kita tidak benar alamatnya nanti bisa disuruh putar balik. Jadi tidak pernah sampai ke tujuan. Jadi topik yang saya sampaikan ini terinspirasi oleh paper yang baru saja keluar beberapa hari yang lalu, terbitnya itu tertanggal 7 Februari. Walaupun sebetulnya sudah muncul di online beberapa bulan yang lalu, tapi tanggal terbitnya itu 7 Februari. Jadi sekitar masih minggu ini, beberapa hari yang lalu ya, sekitar 4 hari yang lalu lah. Ini yang saya yakin sebagian besar Bapak Ibu di sini mungkin sudah membaca ini, atau paling tidak ada beberapa status yang men-share paper ini yang sangat menarik. Dan kenapa menariknya? Terutama karena Indonesia muncul dalam pembahasan paper ini dan sangat sering. Jadi papernya judulnya tentang Predatory Publishing in Scopus, Evidence on Cross-Country Differences. Dan ini yang saya sebut kenapa paper ini menarik. Jadi dalam kurun waktu 4 hari saja, paper ini sudah diunduh hampir 10.000 kali. Dan kita lihat yang paling menarik adalah Indonesia menduduki posisi runner-up di bawah Kazakhstan sebagai salah satu negara yang paling banyak berkontribusi terhadap paper yang menurut pengarangnya, menurut Masashek dan Schrolek ini diklaim sebagai jurnal-jurnal predator. Dan ini dalam rentang waktu antara 2015 sampai 2017. Dan menurut saya ini kesempatan bagi kita, terutama Bapak Ibu yang bidang library gitu atau literature, untuk menganalisa sisanya dari 2017 sampai 2020 misalkan. Ini menurut saya menarik. Kita lihat Indonesia menyumbang 16% dan Kazakhstan 17%, hanya selisih sedikit, kurang dari 1%. Dan di bagian yang lain kita lihat bahwa Indonesia itu bahkan juara itu di bidang physical sciences. Ini bukan saya matematika, fisika, begitu ya, dan teknik. Jadi di physical sciences kita mendominasi kontribusi paling banyak untuk paper di jurnal yang menurut penulisnya terkategorisasi sebagai jurnal-jurnal predator. Dan sebetulnya yang menarik ini juga kita di Southeast Asia itu tidak sendirian, ada beberapa teman gitu ya. Tapi yang menarik adalah kita mendominasi kontribusi. Untuk yang physical sciences, ini sebagian besar kontribusi datang dari proceedings, dari konferensi. Ini juga perlu kita cermati bersama. Nah, salah satu yang membuat paper tadi banyak dibicarakan, terutama di Facebook, yang menurut saya karena diulas dengan sangat menarik oleh Pak Sunu Wibirama dari UGM, beliau bidang computer science. Beliau membahas, mensamerikan paper tadi dan menambah bahasan. Dan ini beliau menuliskan statusnya ini, membuat tulisannya itu artikel tanggal 10 Februari. Dan dalam waktu 2 hari itu sudah di-share sebanyak 1000 kali. Dan bisa pastikan yang membaca juga akan lebih berlipat kali lebih banyak. Dan karena ini di Facebook, pembahasan di Facebook sebetulnya menurut saya malah lebih menarik dibandingkan dengan paper aslinya. Kenapa? Karena kita bisa mendengarkan pandangan langsung dari para pemain yang mungkin diantaranya itu adalah penyumbang dari yang dihitung oleh penulis paper tadi. Ini misalkan saya ambil 2 yang paling menarik, yang saya temukan di Facebook. Mohon maaf ini saya tidak memblur penulisnya karena menurut saya tidak ada masalah gitu ya dengan pendapatnya. Misalkan yang pertama ini, misalkan siapa yang menjamin kalau dosen yang menerbitkan risetnya ke jurnal berlabel tak predator lebih hebat daripada dosen yang hanya menerbitkan risetnya pada jurnal yang berlabel predator. Nah, jangan terlalu sombong lah gitu, dengan terlalu memberi kesan negatif pada jurnal predator. Di atas langit masih ada langit. Yang pertama itu sudah, di bawahnya ada banyak reply. Terus kemudian ada lagi yang ya sebetulnya kalau ke predator juga enggak salah-salah amat gitu, karena banyak kendala yang dihadapi oleh sebagian besar dosen-dosen di Indonesia. Dari gaji kecil, tidak ada uang penelitian, tidak ada akses jurnal, dan seterusnya, dan seterusnya. Bahkan hari ini tadi saya membaca sebuah berita di Kompas, katanya ada dosen honorer di daerah Indonesia Timur yang menuliskan dalam di statusnya atau TikTok kalau nggak salah, itu mengunggah gaji yang diterima dalam rentang 4 bulan, jadi dirapel 4 bulan itu yang diterima 700.000 gitu. Ya kita bisa bahas, tapi waktu saya nggak banyak, jadi saya cuma menyampaikan apa yang poin-poin yang menarik bagi saya yang saya amati beberapa hari terakhir berkaitan dengan paper yang tadi. Bahkan sebetulnya paper tadi juga tidak hanya dibahas di Facebook, tidak hanya dibahas di sosial media, bahkan jurnal sekelas Nature itu juga membuat ulasan yang menarik dan lebih ke menyerang, mengkritik lembaga Scopusnya. Nah, ini judulnya Hundreds of Predatory Journals Indexed on Leading Scholarly Database. Dan yang dikritik tidak terima, akhirnya hari ini atau kemarin juga mengeluarkan surat bantahan. Nah, ini jadi menarik. Ini menariknya ini tidak hanya bagi orang Indonesia, tapi juga di level yang berkepentingan langsung secara finansial dan juga secara akademiknya juga menjadi sebuah polemik yang dibahas. Nah, ini misalkan mereka mengatakan ini dari Scopusnya. Mereka mengatakan bahwa Elsevier dan Scopus, jadi sebetulnya mereka ini perusahaan yang sama tapi punya manajemen yang berbeda, juga recognize the problem, jadi mereka juga tahu masalahnya bahwa predatory publishing, jadi penerbitan predator itu ada gitu. Dan Elsevier dan Scopus juga sebetulnya itu berkomitmen untuk menjaga kualitas standar dari jurnal-jurnal yang diindeks oleh Scopus gitu. Nah, mereka mengkritik bahwa sebetulnya ada beberapa kelemahan yang yang ada dalam paper yang tadi yang jadi polemik itu. Menurut Scopus, misalkan mereka itu menggunakan daftar jurnal yang dikeluarkan oleh Bill. Jadi yang Bill itu kan tidak yang utama yang kalau tidak salah memunculkan istilah jurnal predator gitu. Nah, yang tadinya punya daftar panjang dan akhirnya dihentikan tahun 2017 karena menghadapi banyak tuntutan pengadilan gitu. Jadi dihentikan. Nah, yang menarik adalah bahwa menurut Scopus yang ditulis oleh Bill belum tentu betul-betul jurnal yang predator gitu. Jadi ini juga kontroversi juga kalau menggunakan semata-mata daftar yang digunakan oleh Bill. Gitu. Nah, mundur ke belakang setahun sebelumnya, Desember 2019, itu Nature juga memuat sebuah ulasan, sebuah komentar yang menarik. Intinya begini, predatory journals, no definition, no defense. Kalau tidak ada definisi, kita tidak tahu apa yang disebut dengan predatory journal itu, maka tidak bisa kita membuat pertahanan, kita tidak bisa membuat antisipasi lah bagaimana supaya tidak terjatuh ke dalam penerbitan jurnal-jurnal predator. Gitu. Nah, ini yang menarik adalah kalau kita baca definisi mereka, jadi sebetulnya yang disebut dengan predatory journals itu sebetulnya hanya Tuhan dan pengelola jurnalnya saja yang tahu apakah jurnal itu predator atau bukan. Kenapa demikian? Jadi ini di paper yang sama dengan tadi, yang dari Nature tadi, yang tahun 2019, ini mereka membuat bahkan, jadi maaf saya balik lagi, ini ada ditulis oleh 35 penulis yang mereka itu berkumpul, mereka datang dari dunia penerbitan, datang dari dunia akademi, pokoknya stakeholder lah yang merasa punya kepentingan terhadap penelitian akademik. Mereka berkumpul membahas dan intinya adalah begini. Jadi Bills itu punya jurnal ini misalkan yang merah ini. Yang di merah ini kan discontinued tahun 2017. Nah, setelah Bills tidak ada, itu ada yang melanjutkan, membuat kriteria sendiri yang disebut dengan Gable's list of possible, saya lupa persisnya, tapi kurang lebih mungkin predatory journals gitu. Nah, ini kita lihat interseksi yang ada dalam daftar yang dibuat oleh Bills dan oleh Gables itu sebetulnya relatif sedikit gitu. Jadi memang definisinya tidak terlalu jelas gitu. Nah, yang menarik adalah yang diverifikasi oleh Gables, yang menurut Gables sudah selama tidak masuk dalam daftar predatory journals itu hanya satu yang ada dalam Bills. Jadi hanya satu dari 1.000 sekian, hampir 2.000 daftar jurnal Bills itu yang hanya satu yang menurut Gables itu tidak masuk gitu. Tidak seharusnya ada dalam daftar predatory. Jadi kurang lebihnya kita bisa kurang lebih bisa mengasumsikan lah bahwa yang ada dalam daftar Bills itu menurut Gables bisa dipakai walaupun ada interaksinya sedikit. Jadi ada bahkan Gables ini ada hampir 11.000 jurnal yang tidak ada dalam daftar Bills. Dan menurut Gables termasuk predator. Gitu. Nah, jadi ini beberapa perbedaan daftar yang dibuat oleh Bills dan Gables. Nah, yang menarik adalah 35 penulis tadi, yang sebetulnya dari 43 partisipan di sini, dari 10 negara, mereka membuat definisi bahwa predatory journals and publishers itu adalah entitas yang lebih mementingkan kepentingan sendiri dibandingkan keilmuanan, dan biasanya ciri-cirinya itu adalah false and misleading information, informasi tentang misalkan alamat jurnalnya ditulis di Amerika misalkan, tapi ternyata pengelolanya misalkan di India misalkan seperti itu, atau deviation from best editorial and publication practices. Praktisnya misalkan seharusnya dikirim ke reviewers yang jelas, yang punya kredibilitas, tapi ternyata mereka review sendiri misalkan, atau a lack of transparency yang nggak jelas tadi prosesnya seperti apa, mereka nggak bisa ditanya, or the use of aggressive and indiscriminate solicitation practices, atau praktek perujukan yang agresif gitu. Kalau mau terbit di jurnal kami harus men-cite paper-paper yang sudah terbit di jurnal kami, misalkan seperti itu. Yang hal-hal seperti ini kan menurut saya itu hanya, terutama yang bagian awal tadi yang mementingkan kepentingan pribadi dibandingkan kepentingan keilmuanan gitu, keilmiahan. Ini kan susah ini kan berurusan dengan niat gitu. Jadi menurut saya kalau dari definisi sendiri memang sebetulnya hanya Tuhan dan pengelolanya sendiri yang tahu apakah mereka memang berniat menjadi predator atau enggak gitu. Tapi tentu saja kita bisa membuat dugaan, menganalisa gitu. Nah, oke, saya sudah hampir habis waktunya. Atau bahkan sudah habis. Hampir lah, sedikit lagi insya Allah sudah selesai. Nah, kalau menurut saya, yang ideal itu adalah kembali ke akar masalah. Yang ini radikal. Radikal itu bukan kasar ya, bukan keras, tapi radikal itu sebenarnya kan akar, jadi radix. Jadi kalau ke akar masalah, ya sebetulnya sih idealnya itu masing-masing kita itu menyadari kewajiban kita. Kalau menurut saya ini ada dua ini, yang kewajiban ilmuwan itu. Yang pertama adalah mendapatkan ilmu pengetahuan, yaitu dengan belajar, by learning, and research, dan melakukan riset untuk menemukan, untuk invent and discover. Kemudian setelah kita mendapat ilmu pengetahuan, kewajiban berikutnya adalah mengajarkan, menyebarkan, membagikan ilmu pengetahuan itu. Itu bisa bentuknya dalam bentuk presentasi seperti yang kita lakukan sekarang, atau publikasi, atau pengabdian masyarakat. Gitu. Nah, bagi Muslim, ya menurut saya ini sebetulnya ada dalam agama kita gitu, bagi yang Muslim, mohon maaf, bagi yang kalau ada yang non Muslim, misalkan ini bagi saya ini tafsir saya sendiri. Misalkan dalam penciptaan mbah kita Adam alaihissalam yang pertama itu yang dilakukan apa adalah Allah mengajarinya. Wa 'allama Adam al-asma'a kullaha, dan Allah mengajari Adam nama-nama segala sesuatu. Dan menurut saya nama-nama ini ya tidak hanya nama tapi karakteristik gitu, segala sesuatu. Jadi diajarkan ilmu yang besar, segala sesuatu. Kalau menurut sebagian ulama sufi, ini yang dimaksud mengajarkan segala sesuatu ini tidak hanya yang ada pada saat itu juga, tapi apa yang ada di masa ke depan dari masa penciptaan Adam itu. Jadi termasuk nama-nama kita, karena kita anak cucunya, jadi sebetulnya Nabi Adam juga tahu. Ini kalau menurut tafsir ulama sufi. Gitu ya. Nah, tadi yang pertama adalah wa 'allama Adam al-asma'a kullaha. Jadi Allah itu mengajari Adam. Jadi Adam belajar. Nah, yang berikutnya adalah ketika malaikat bertanya kenapa menciptakan manusia, gitu kan Allah menantang malaikat untuk menyebutkan nama-nama tadi, untuk mengajarkan tadi itu. Tapi ternyata malaikat nggak ada pengetahuan itu. Apa yang dilakukan? Allah memerintahkan kepada Adam, wa ambihum bi asma'ihim, dan Allah berkata kepada Adam, ajari mereka nama-nama tadi itu yang jadi ada proses belajar, ada proses mengajar, dan ini sudah ada sejak mbah kita dulu, Nabi Adam alaihissalam. Jadi ini menurut saya solusi idealnya seperti itu. Nah, insya Allah kesimpulannya kalau kita bisa kembali ke akar masalah, menyelesaikannya secara bersama-sama, insya Allah kesimpulannya adalah kita tidak perlu putar balik untuk mencari alamat yang tepat. Jadi itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak, Prof. Sebenarnya kalau kita bicara tentang jurnal-jurnal predator dan lain sebagainya itu seperti isu bertahun-tahun nggak kelar-kelar ya, Prof. Tapi saya tahu ternyata akar masalahnya. Akar masalahnya adalah belum ada definisi. Jadi misalnya ada definisi, mungkin kita lebih tahu bagaimana cara menghindari dan lain sebagainya. Sebenarnya ini ada beberapa ada pertanyaan dari Rektor Universitas Narutama, Bapak Dr. Iwan Sriwibowo. Bagaimana saran Prof Hadi buat kami untuk menghindari jurnal predator, sedangkan kondisi jurnal di Indonesia tidak banyak berkembang, meskipun di institusi tersebut banyak sumber daya manusia unggul, bahkan tersedia dana untuk mengelola jurnal menjadi baik. Terima kasih. Dan pertanyaan yang sama diajukan oleh Ibu Widi Wahyani. Silakan, Prof.
Ya, terima kasih pertanyaannya Pak Rektor. Ini satu hal yang ini jujur ya, saya tidak menyampaikan karena ada sivitas akademika Narutama di sini, tapi yang saya lihat kalau saya berkunjung ke Narutama itu adalah suasana untuk berkembang dalam segi riset, itu yang saya sangat hargai gitu. Dan mudah-mudahan bisa berkembang terus gitu. Termasuk ketika saya dibawa ini Prof Iksan nih ke nasi mandi segala macam, ini ngobrolnya juga tentang riset. Nah, ini yang saya salut. Mudah-mudahan Juli saya bisa dibawa ke nasi mandi lagi. Ada maunya. Nah, ke pertanyaan, jadi sebetulnya kalau idealnya sebetulnya begini, menurut saya itu kita harus dua-duanya sebetulnya. Memanfaatkan jurnal yang sudah berkembang, yang sudah bagus. Kenapa? Karena kita mendapatkan tantangan di situ. Semakin bagus jurnal yang kita kirim, kerjaan kita, itu probabilitas penolakannya semakin besar. Dan penolakan ini yang membuat kita jadi tahu, gitu. Oh, ini kekurangannya di sini kalau menurut yang sudah established, gitu. Ini yang harus saya perbaiki. Submit ke yang lain. Dan apakah kalau sudah ditolak oleh jurnal A, maka berarti tidak berkualitas? Ya enggak juga, maksudnya kalau ditolak oleh jurnal A, berarti kita punya kesempatan memperbaiki dengan menggunakan masukan yang disampaikan oleh reviewers dari jurnal A tadi, kemudian kita perbaiki, kita submit ke jurnal B. Nah, jurnal B bisa jadi impact faktornya lebih tinggi dari jurnal A, enggak ada masalah. Gitu. Dan bisa jadi diterima. Jadi enggak ada masalah. Ini sudah saya alami sendiri. Gitu. Nah, bagaimana dengan kondisi jurnal di Indonesia? Nah, ini memang PR bersama, dan juga saya akui, saya juga kurang di sini. Seharusnya bagi yang sudah punya pengalaman banyak untuk menulis paper di jurnal internasional yang sudah bagus, lalu sebagian itu juga usahanya itu seharusnya digunakan untuk mengembangkan jurnal dalam negeri. Gitu. Seharusnya begitu, idealnya begitu. Tapi ini PR bersama, PR saya juga, karena saya secara jujur, saya hanya baru bisa ngomong begini gitu, dan baru bisa kalau diminta oleh pengelola jurnal gitu, diminta untuk mereview, saya kerjakan. Biasanya saya dahulukan dibanding permintaan review dari jurnal internasional, biasanya begitu. Ini kemampuan saya di situ, tapi seharusnya bisa lebih dari itu. Gitu. Dan ini PR bersama. Jadi memang kalau mau ideal emang yang luar digarap, yang dalam juga digarap gitu. Dan ini membutuhkan kerjasama, mengingat keterbatasan kita. Nggak bisa kita sendiri-sendiri. Nah, ini yang nggak tahu nih, mudah-mudahan nggak ada orang ITB di sini. Gitu. Yang ITB itu kurang bagus di kerjasama memang, gitu. Karena saya lulusan lulusan sana jadi tahu, gitu ya. Dan ini kesempatan bagi kita. Dan ini saya lihat dengan salah satu misalkan kenapa ADRI dibentuk, itu juga untuk memperkuat kerjasama itu. Yeah. Tapi kita membutuhkan pembimbing yang bagus, yang bisa mengarahkan tadi supaya nggak masuk ke alamat palsu. Gitu.
Ya, yeah. Baik, Prof Hadi, terima kasih jawabannya. Yeah. Karena Prof, ini pertanyaan saya pribadi, mungkin mewakili yang lain juga. Sebenarnya normalnya, karena Prof Hadi adalah reviewer juga, ketika kita submit ke satu jurnal begitu ya, Idealnya berapa lama sih Prof menunggu sampai review-review itu selesai, sampai kita dapat jawaban kita bisa diterima atau tidak begitu? Karena seringkali begini, kita dikejar waktu gitu ya. Giliran waktu kita sudah habis, tenaga sudah habis, terakhir-terakhirnya ternyata tetap dianggap masih ada yang kurang, padahal itu tidak terlalu apa ya, tidak substansif gitu loh. Jadi bagaimana cara kami tahu kami harus berstrategi karena dana tidak begitu banyak ya, seperti tadi Prof sampaikan. Bagaimana idealnya kita tahu bahwa oke, kita harus berhenti berusaha di jurnal yang ini, sepertinya jurnal ini tidak welcome sama tulisan kita pindah ke jurnal ini gitu. Berapa lama, Prof?
Sebetulnya bergantung bidang studi juga. Kalau matematika, terutama matematika murni, itu biasanya rata-rata itu minimum paling cepat itu 1 tahun prosesnya itu. Dan ini yang di Indonesia karena tuntutan sebagian, karena tuntutan dari pemberi dana, misalkan Dikti mengharapkan bulan sekian sudah ada hasil gitu yang sudah terbit gitu. Dan itu kadang tuntutannya yang nggak masuk akal gitu. Ini di luar common practice di dunia internasional gitu. Dan ini membuat kita juga akhirnya cari aja lah jurnal yang segera terbit gitu. Padahal belum tentu jurnal yang itu yang lebih bagus dibanding dengan jurnal yang prosesnya lama. Jadi memang harus ada sebetulnya ada perhitungan di situ gitu. Tidak semata-mata langsung diharapkan waktu sekian gitu. Terus masalahnya juga sebagian dari kita juga tidak sabar kadang. Ya memang saya sendiri juga nggak sabar kalau jurnal kelamaan gitu. Makanya dulu di awal-awal saya banyak jurnal matematika kayak SAIM gitu, prosesnya bagus banget. Editingnya bahasa Inggrisnya top banget, top betul. Tapi lama prosesnya. Sebagian akhirnya saya lari ke jurnal-jurnal fisika. Karena jurnal fisika itu prosesnya cepat. Gitu. Jadi itu memang ini yang perlu kita biasakan, kita sampaikan juga gitu. Jadi bergantung nanti dia di bidang mana gitu. Gitu, Bu Ninda.
Oke. Dan berikutnya ini lumayan banyak pertanyaannya. Sebentar. Nah, ini pertanyaan saya juga nih karena saya pernah jadi korban apa istilahnya ya. Jadi dari Ibu Widi Wahyani, mohon petunjuk dari Prof Hadi, artikel yang sudah dipublish pada jurnal internasional bereputasi terindeks Scopus, namun setelah beberapa tahun kemudian discontinue. Padahal bisa jadi begitu ya, pada saat kita sudah terbit gitu ya, kita masih punya waktu atau kita lalai untuk mengurus Japung dan lain-lain yang membutuhkan jurnal itulah. Ketika kita masukkan, dicek sudah tidak ada begitu. Padahal we knew it clearly bahwa jurnal itu ada, kita sudah melakukan yang terbaik, bahkan kita punya linknya juga ketika naskah kita dipublish begitu. Bagaimana, Prof?
Iya, ini memang sebetulnya juga ada kita harus juga berhati-hati juga dengan indeks-indeksan begini sebetulnya. Karena misalkan saya tahu beberapa papers yang terhitung seminal, bukan seminar ya, seminal. Seminal itu yang mengubah paradigma gitu loh. Dan jurnal itu sudah nggak terbit lagi. Jurnal yang sama itu sudah nggak terbit lagi gitu. Jadi sebetulnya ini juga sama, maksudnya ya kayak orang lah gitu, ada masanya mati gitu kan ya. Jadi sebetulnya tidak ada masalah sebetulnya seharusnya dengan apakah discontinued atau masih ada gitu. Tapi yang kita perlukan memang penilai itu seharusnya juga ahli gitu. Kalau penilainya hanya mengandalkan Scopus atau enggak, hanya itu semata berarti penilainya juga enggak ahli gitu. Idealnya seperti itu. Ya, apakah discontinued itu karena memang berubah menjadi jurnal predator yang hanya mengambil uang saja, atau memang karena hal-hal lain tidak sempat mengurus atau apa gitu, ya, misalnya bisa dibedakan gitu. Jadi yang menurut saya sebenarnya itu dari kualitas papernya gitu, sebetulnya. Yang idealnya seperti itu. Jadi kalau di Eropa yang saya pengalaman gitu, ya ukurannya kan dari papernya sendiri, bukan dari jurnalnya. Walaupun biasanya jurnal itu yang paling cepat memberikan indikasi bahwa papernya itu daripada yang bagus. Tapi nggak selalu gitu.
Ya. Bagaimana memberitahunya itu? Berarti dari tadi pertanyaan kita ini belum ada solusi, karena ini lebih kepada praktek yang belum maksimal, gitu ya?
Betul sekali. Ini memang ini ya, ini memang masalah kita bersama dan ya kalau mau menyalahkan ya menyalahkan pemerintah lah gitu. Ini menurut saya pemerintah itu seperti seakan-akan begini. Sistem kita itu membuat kita tuh bisanya itu hanya berjalan, merangkak gitu, karena bebannya banyak. Tapi tiba-tiba karena pemerintah itu tiba-tiba terbuka, melihat yang lain itu kok lari-lari gitu, langsung semuanya tuh disuruh lari gitu. Padahal nggak pernah belajar berjalan, bisanya cuma merangkak gitu.
Nah itu. Ya
seperti ini gitu yang muncul gitu.
Sama kayak kita belajar mobil tapi disuruh prakteknya di jalan tol gitu. Oke, ini last but not least untuk Indonesia, maksudnya sebelum kita pindah ke pertanyaan Prof. Dato Dr. Idrus. Jadi pada saat Pak Menteri Nadiem Makarim ini pertama kali diangkat begitu ya, beberapa tokoh menyatakan bahwa kita sudah stop, kita tergantung atau berfokus pada Scopus gitu, karena Scopus ternyata tidak sesempurna itu begitu ya, kita bisa katakan begitu, karena pada prakteknya bukan kualitasnya, pada prakteknya tidak mudah buat kita kalau mau lari-lari ngikut, sama seperti yang tadi yang analoginya tadi, kita baru belajar nyetir tapi disuruh praktek di jalan tol gitu. Sebenarnya bisa nggak sih, Prof, Indonesia melepaskan atau negara manapun gitu ya, Scopus tuh lepas gitu, tidak menjadi ukuran gitu bahwa tulisan itu berkualitas atau jurnal yang ada di sana itu satu-satunya menjadi rujukan gitu, bisa nggak sih, Prof?
Seharusnya bisa, tapi untuk saat ini saya kok pesimis untuk dilakukan itu, karena kita juga kurang kemampuan untuk menilai. Kurang lebih beginilah. Misalkan paper itu terbit di jurnal, gitu, sudah terbit di jurnal. Kemudian kita mau nilai, biasanya kita kan menilai dari jurnalnya. Sekarang untuk penilaian kita tutup jurnalnya, jadi yang kita submit itu adalah preprintnya gitu. Bentuk kasar yang kita submit ke jurnal itu. Nah sekarang penilai yang mau ngasih nilai cum atau kredit atau apapun itu, bisa nggak menilai jurnal itu? Dan ini menurut saya saat ini Indonesia susah gitu.
Iya.
Kalau masih susah, ya akhirnya larinya ke yang paling gampang, pakai metrik-metrik yang sudah ada, yang tinggal pencet tombol sudah keluar gitu. Makanya larinya ke Scopus tadi. Menurut saya seperti itu. Jadi idealnya emang nggak pakai Scopus atau enggak gitu. Jadi kayak blind review lagi gitu loh. Submit preprintnya silakan nilai gitu, bagus atau enggak. Gitu.
Oke. Ya. Tapi masih belum bisa dilaksanakan untuk saat ini.
Saat ini menurut saya begitu. Karena
butuh waktu ya, Prof. Kami bacakan pertanyaan dari Prof. Dato. Jurnal predator timbul apabila pihak Scopus merasa terancam dengan perkembangan dan banyaknya artikel dari ahli akademik di Asia. Apakah wujudnya jurnal predator akan memberikan impact negatif? Ada tidak adil jika melabelkan semua jurnal yang dikatakan predator sebagai tidak bagus? Ya sama seperti gini, kalau nggak Scopus, jangan-jangan nanti begini nih, kalau nggak Scopus berarti predator. Atau kalau ya kurang lebih begitu jatuhnya nanti, karena tidak ada definisi. Silakan dijawab, Prof.
Ya, terima kasih Prof. Idris. Ada dua yang saya ingin sampaikan. Saya sepakat bahwa tidak semua yang Scopus itu predator. Karena saya tahu beberapa jurnal yang terbit di Cambridge Press itu the organizers yang mengorganisasi mereka don't care whether the journal will be indexed by Scopus or not. Jadi mereka tidak mengurus sama sekali. Gitu. Entah kalau ganti editor, entah ganti sekian tahun ke depan. Tapi saat ini saya tahu beberapa yang tidak di bidang matematik itu yang tidak terindeks oleh Scopus, tapi tetap banyak kolega-kolega saya yang submit ke sana. Gitu. Jadi memang Scopus dalam hal ini saya sepakat tidak harus menjadi ukuran, dan sebaiknya memang tidak semata-mata menjadi ukuran gitu. Terus kemudian, tapi saya juga punya, saya ada experience dengan negative impact ini. saya ada, dan ini menurut saya sebuah pencapaian saya, one of my achievements gitu, yang saya bangga. Ada paper saya yang di copy and paste exactly 100%, and then yang copy itu submit lagi ke jurnal yang lain. Saya ada itu bagi saya achievement, berarti paper saya bisa dibaca oleh orang. Dan ini nggak akan terjadi kalau jurnal itu jurnal yang serius gitu.
Iya.
Gitu. Dan ini yang menurut saya salah satu negatif impact. Jadi ini masih apa ya, nggak ada yang 100%. Bahkan saya juga sepakat kalau jurnal misalkan ada penulis Indonesia, karena tuntutan dokumen tadi semacam harus sudah terbit segala macam, akhirnya masuk ke jurnal predator. Saya tidak sepakat kalau mengatakan papernya pasti paper jelek gitu. Gitu. Tapi jurnalnya jurnal predator gitu. Saya sepakat misalkan, tapi belum tentu papernya paper jelek gitu. Bisa jadi karena banyak hal tadi gitu.
Jadi harusnya penilaiannya 2 ya, Prof?
Betul.
Ke jurnalnya juga dan dibaca papernya juga begitu ya.
Iya.
Kemudian ini, karena begini, setahu saya tema yang kita tulis itu biasanya di ACC atau tidak di ACC karena relate tidak sama ininya mereka begitu kan ya. Tapi bukan berarti yang kita tulis itu tidak ada impact-nya untuk negeri. Betul begitu, Prof?
Betul. Ini sebagian yang saya sepakat, tapi sebagian juga enggak. Misalkan begini, kenapa sih sekarang ngejar-ngejar publikasi gitu? Emangnya yang dulu-dulu para guru besar itu tidak ada manfaatnya ke masyarakat gitu?
Betul.
Ya, saya sepakat sebagian, tapi tidak sepakat dengan sebagian yang lain gitu. Bahwa ukuran kemanfaatan tidak selalu dari publikasi, tapi sebagai ilmuwan kita juga wajib untuk mengajar kepada yang lain gitu.
Ya. Baik, ini ada banyak pertanyaan. Oh, ada Bu Wiwi Andayani mengatakan bahwa masalahnya, Prof, ketika menolak tidak ada komentar. Bagaimana tahu kesalahannya? Artinya kan tidak ada masukan untuk perbaikan. Terus ada lagi, ini relate sama yang tadi. Jika kita kirim artikel sosial, apakah 2 tahun menunggu publish itu wajar? Karena kami mau tarik artikelnya. Pengelola jurnal mengatakan bahwa artikel masih di reviewer. Mohon arahannya. Begitu. Silakan, Prof.
Oke, untuk Ibu Wiwi, kalau tidak ada komentar, bisa minta. Kalau misalkan tidak dijawab, ya udah lupakan sajalah gitu. Kita langsung submit ke jurnal yang lain. Biasanya kalau editorial office-nya itu peduli dengan penulis, paling tidak mereka akan mengatakan bahwa paper kita itu di luar scope dari jurnal. Gitu.
Yeah.
Paling tidak seperti itulah gitu. Kalau tiba-tiba dikatakan ditolak, terus katanya ada nggak masukan, tidak ada balasan sama sekali, ya berarti udahlah, gitu, lupakan sajalah. Tidak perlu sakit hati, kita submit ke yang lain. Gitu.
Oke, terus 2 tahun, apakah itu wajar, Prof?
Menurut saya bergantung, Bu. Jadi ada yang jurnal itu tidak menerbitkan.
Sosial, Prof.
Kalau 2 tahun misalkan rata-rata tidak sampai segitu, berarti ya nggak wajar. Tinggal ditarik, boleh ditarik. Makanya kita kalau misalkan kita kirim email penarikan, kita save email itu. Nanti kalau dipermasalahkan, kita bisa tunjukkan bahwa kita sudah pernah mengirim.
Oh, oke. Ya. Berarti 2 tahun nggak wajar ya, Prof?
Menurut saya enggak lah, enggak wajar.
Apalagi nih jurnal dalam negeri, Prof. Saya pikir Scopus belum baca bawahnya, Bu. Berarti sama sekali tidak ini ya.
Oh, tapi ya nggak tahu sih, maksudnya mohon maaf, saya ralat. Siapa tahu begini jurnalnya antriannya panjang gitu. Tapi paling enggak kan ada klarifikasi dari office-nya, dari editorial office gitu.
Dan bisa kita tracking ya. Jurnal kita masuk di mana, tulisan kita masuk di mana gitu ya, Prof. Ketika kita submit ya.
Iya, betul.
Baik, berikutnya ini dari Pak Iwan, jurnal itu butuh hidup. Butuh masukan artikel kalau jurnal dapat insentif yang layak dari institusi intern atau dana negara yang cukup buat aman hidup, buat pengelola mungkin akan semakin banyak jurnal yang baik. Begitu, Prof. Betul, setuju, Prof?
Setuju. Nah, tapi saya juga banyak ditodong. Tolong kirim nggak, saya nggak pernah kirim.
Kalau kami minta, Mbok Yo dikirim, Prof.
Ya, insya Allah.
supaya kami tahu begitu harus bagaimana supaya bagus ininya. Oke, kemudian ada lagi pertanyaan. Mohon maaf, ini saya harus ke bawah-bawah nih. Betul sekali, Prof. Kebijakan harus diubah. Cocok Prof. Hadi jadi menteri. Oke, saya dukung. Oke, kemudian ini yang terakhir. Sebentar, saya tadi scrolling ke bawah, naik lagi ke atas. Oke. Apakah harus ada harmonisasi dari berbagai pintu masuk dari paper ke pintu masuk jurnal yang cukup banyak?
Maksudnya gimana, Gia?
Nah, itu juga pertanyaan saya, Prof. Apakah harus ada harmonisasi dari berbagai pintu masuk dari paper ke pintu masuk jurnal? Mungkin gini, Prof. Untuk banyak orang begitu ya, submit ke jurnal, apalagi jurnal internasional, is not that easy, begitu ya. Sangat susah, belum lagi review. Saya dan tim pernah mencoba masukkan ke satu jurnal. Kemudian hampir setahun lebih begitu ya, review harus diedit lagi, direvisi lagi gitu. Dan akhirnya kami cari tahu siapa ininya gitu ya, reviewernya gitu. Reviewernya yang kata-katanya agak nyelekit. Itu maklum kami tim sensitif, Prof. Itu dari ada beberapa negara begitu ya. Itu ketika yang lain memberi harapan, tinggal ini saja yang harus direvisi. Dia sangat keras gitu kata-katanya, seperti seolah-olah sudahlah pasti nggak diterima begitu. Nah, akhirnya kami memutuskan untuk menggunakan atau minta tolong orang, begitu, Prof. Padahal sebenarnya kan harusnya begitu ya. Apa bedanya begitu kami dengan orang yang kami mintain tolong begitu. Tapi ternyata, Prof, ketika kami minta tolong jasa orang, itu lebih terarah begitu, Prof. Jadi revisi jelas yang kami revisi mana. Kemudian sampai dengan terbit gitu, ngerti nggak, Prof? Maksud saya. Jadi orang yang kami mintain tolong itu bisa runtut gitu. Jadi kami kerjanya bukan dimentahin lagi gitu. Mungkin itu maksudnya, Prof. Apakah harus ada harmonisasi atau apa sehingga kami mudah gitu untuk submit?
Oke. Menurut saya agak susah. Kalau misalkan jurnal dari, terutama misalkan contoh nih, jurnal dari penerbit yang berbeda-beda. Tapi sistemnya kita mengharapkan yang mereka sama semua gitu, atau gitu mungkin maksudnya.
Bukan, ini lebih kepada dari paper ke pintu masuk jurnal begitu. Jadi kan banyak ininya, Prof. Layernya itu terlalu banyak begitu. Itu bukan kuasa kita ya, Prof.
Saya nggak tahu kok layernya banyak, kenapa gitu? Bukannya kalau kita submit langsung ke editorial office, langsung sama
nah itu kan
editornya.
review mungkin ya, seperti yang saya bahas itu. Reviewernya banyak. Kemudian satu reviewer dengan reviewer lainnya, sebenarnya mereka
nggak bisa karena kan harus independen.
Nah itu, Prof, maksudnya.
Nggak bisa, nggak boleh.
Oh, nggak bisa. Jadi nggak bisa diharmonisasikan gitu. Kita harus ikut apa yang dibilang reviewer begitu intinya.
Betul, tapi nggak harus ikut. Ini pengalaman saya editor di salah satu jurnal di Springer. Itu sebetulnya nggak harus ikut. Kita boleh melawan gitu. Saya nggak mau ikut saran Anda karena begini gitu.
Oh, boleh, Prof.
Boleh, nggak masalah. Nggak harus diikuti semua. Gitu. Pokoknya kita harus, kalau misalnya kita nggak setuju ya harus argumennya harus jelas gitu.
Tapi habis itu ditolak, Prof?
Enggak, diterima. Pokoknya kalau editor menentukan ternyata yang disampaikan oleh author-nya lebih masuk akal dibanding yang diminta oleh editor gitu. Oleh reviewer. Yang diterima, nggak masalah.
Oh, oke. Editornya yang membaca, bukan reviewernya ya?
Editornya yang membaca.
Oke. Iya, Prof. Ini pengalaman baru, artinya ini pengetahuan baru bahwa ternyata kita bisa membantah begitu ya apabila yang masukan yang diberikan reviewer tidak sesuai dengan yang kita maksud ya, Prof ya. Oke. Saya rasa sudah, Prof, pertanyaannya. Oke, sekali lagi terima kasih banyak Prof.
Terima kasih banyak.
Menutup presentasi ini secara menarik begitu ya. Dan kami tunggu kehadiran Prof di Indonesia, di Surabaya. Semoga benar kata Pak Ihsan tadi, kalau berkenan jadi menteri aja Prof. Baik, ini adalah sedikit profil dari Prof Hadi Susanto. Oke, kemudian kita akan lihat sertifikat untuk Prof Hadi Susanto, betul ya Prof, namanya ya Prof? Ini adalah sertifikat sebagai keynote speaker, dan yang satu tadi adalah untuk komitinya. Oke, terima kasih banyak Prof Hadi Susanto.
Sami-sami.
Ya.
Mohon maaf kalau kesalahan, saya pamit dulu.
Prof.
Ya,
terima kasih
Assalamualaikum.
banyak. Sampai ketemu. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke. Habis ini kita akan bersama-sama mengikuti presentasi paralel presentation, dan akan dipandu oleh Ibu Elok, namanya yang cantik dan baik. Oke, silakan Bu Elok. Terima kasih banyak. Saya pamit. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Ninda. See you again tomorrow. Don't forget.
Ya, terima kasih semua. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the parallel session, we'll be moved to the second day, because today already at 5 p.m. will be closed. So please be noticed the list of parallel presenter for tomorrow. Irmayanti, SPD, MPD from Muhammadiyah Sinjai. Dr. Munawaroh MKes, STK IPPGRI Jombang. And then Julius Hari from Universitas Widya Kartika, Rimbawati from Universitas Muhammadiyah Sumatera Utara, Wiwi Handayani from UPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Heni Sulistiawati from STKIP PGRI Jombang, and then Setia Budi from Universitas 45 Surabaya, and then Adi Rasa Hadi Prasetyo from STKIP PGRI Sumeneb, and then Hozari from Universitas Islam Madura, Saiful Alim from Universitas Bayangkara Surabaya, and then TS Dr. Rusdi bin Rusli, Faculty of Civil Engineering UITM. And then Heni Sri Utami from Universitas PGRI Palembang. And then the last is Dr. Jauhara Dian Nurul Ifa, MPD from STKIP PGRI Jombang. Okay, for the parallel participant for tomorrow, please be noticed that today will be moved for the second day. Okay, I will close this session, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the conference organizers, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you who come together from various countries for your cooperation, which has enabled us to conduct a highly fruitful virtual conference. I'm Elok Damayanti. Thank you all very much. See you again tomorrow. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih Prof. Idrus. Sama-sama, terima kasih. Well done. Anawir, Budian. Baik, jumpa insyaAllah esok. Wah, Pak Agus makin ganteng ya sekarang.
Apa kamu Prof?
Lama tak jumpa.
Lama tak jumpa, 1 tahun lebih tak jumpa ya. Iya. 1 tahun lah. Jumpa terakhir bulan Februari tahun lepas.
Ujung tahun ini atau tahun depan kita jumpa insyaAllah.
InsyaAllah. Lepas apa vaksin Prof?
Ya insyaAllah. Oke, selamat semua. Jumpa esok.
Jumpa esok. Makasih Prof.
Alright, assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.